Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being patient. I was really planning on getting the show going at 9 p.m. Eastern at the top of the hour instead of doing, like 15 minutes after. Sometimes I have to do that. This is one case I definitely had to do it. The internet was completely out, and I was saying to myself, oh boy, you know, hopefully it starts no later than 15 after. It basically did. So that was the original plan, just to get at the normal start time. But the internet did come back. Glad to be here. Thank God. And we have quite a bit to cover and so on. Of course, the other main reason why I was hoping to do it right at the top of the hour is um, wanted to go to a special place tonight before they close, but that's okay. I might be able to make it. If I don't, then I can just get it tomorrow. I want to welcome everybody. If you didn't happen to see the recorded video on Jasmine today, you definitely want to take a moment, if you're into that, to check it out because it's a deep dive. I'll give you guys a quick preview in regards to that real quick. And of course, we have a big announcement in regards to Alliance Block. We have news for everything, but I'm going to go ahead and pull it up just real briefly here in a moment, and then I'm going to welcome our audience. We really appreciate you guys being here tonight. Smash that like button if you haven't done so already. And just to kind of double check to see if you guys hear me, you can, so that's good. I already checked the other screen because I was on Discord the other night, and I don't know, sometimes it's conflicting when I use my gaming headset compared to when I just use this right here, and sometimes the software makes a conflict and then it resets everything, and that's why, like, the other night I got muted. But anyway, yeah, let me go ahead and present that real quick. I want to show you guys just kind of like what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've seen some of the posts. Some of you guys who might have not have seen it, I guess you could say you need to see it. All right, so here it is. It's straight from our site. It is the latest video. Usually we try to put out a few videos and so on. I had a lot of work I had to do today with the whole thing of my dad getting like an ultrasound for imaging. Anyway, he's all right, but my point is this, and we have another announcement basically made. Before we do that other announcement, could you guys please pray for Larry's dad? For real, pray for Larry's dad. He had to get his kidney removed because originally it was supposed to be maybe, I guess, part of his kidney because there's a tumor, which is horrible. So according to what Larry told me before the show, long before the show, this was probably like an hour before the show, that it ended up being cancerous. So as a result, they had to take away his entire kidney. He's back in the hospital because he's been, throwing up, not feeling well. I mean, it's a shock to your system, obviously, to lose your kidney. So, I'm a guy of faith. I do pray. I believe in the power of prayer. As the saying goes, 2 or 3 are gathered together. And there's something about power in numbers, power in prayer. I just kindly ask you to keep your thoughts and prayers for Larry's father. You haven't seen much of Larry lately. If you're wondering why that is, I would definitely say that's a big factor in regards to that. So my thoughts and prayers are definitely with him and his family, and just, we would appreciate it if you don't mind. All right. I know it's kind of hard to shift from one thing like that of an announcement to another. But anyway, I wanted to show you guys this, and there's a lot of FUD that, of course, has been happening with Jasmine. People have been kind of holding me to it. I don't really give into FUDders much at all, but it was something that kept getting brought up, and then, people kept tagging me and egging me on. And honestly, that stuff doesn't really bother me. But the thing was, I had a few people who asked in a nice way, and I thought, you know what? These people clearly think that there's nothing here with Toyota. There's nothing here with Sony. Anyway, this is a long deep dive, but as you can see right there, yeah, I verify with proof the Sony partnership with its subsidiary, which is called the Kashi. And the other one is with Toyota, with WITS partnerships. So if you want to check that out, by all means, take a look into it. Has reference, of course, to the things that are mentioned on Twitter. I want to kick it back into the comments because I need to do that. But I just want to point that out real quick. And if anything, let's start off with, let's see here. Actually, a super chat that came in. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. We'll get to that first before we kick everything into the comments. I already see we have 34 wonderful, beautiful people here tonight, as Larry would say. Really appreciate you guys. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Definitely helps get this out to more and more people out there with the algorithm. And man, I gotta go to the store. I gotta pick up some items. I'm kind of starting to look rough around the edges lately, so sorry about that. Crypto channel, thanks so much, man, for the super sticker, the $9.99 super sticker. Really appreciate it. You're a big proponent of obviously Jasmine. You're very supportive. Thank you so much for being part of our CTN network family. Really, really appreciate you. That was a nice way to get things going. And also want to just say thank you to everybody who's here. Thank you to everybody who's DMing me. Don't matter who you are, right? Mike Cornwell, Brian Dowie, Tim Shea, Coochie Boy, was it Bitcoin BMW? I might be missing some other people. Some new people that are part of our community across the pond. I want to give a special shout out to Zippy from the Jasmine community. Is very well embraced me as a fellow brother of this community. It's very humbling. I can't thank you guys enough. Each and every single one of you guys being here. Without a real good community, we don't have jack squat. So again, thanks so much. But yes, let's get this party started. Please hit the like button. I know I'm usually, more into the comments right at the beginning, but I had a few announcements I wanted to bring to you guys. KK says, great informative video today on Jasmine. Get a bag. Remember, we are the early investors. Thank you so much. I did see a particular comment stating that it wasn't because of regulations in Japan that tanked the price. It was because of the tokenomics or, the whole deal with the supply. Me personally, I think it's a combination of both. And if that's the case, where it's more the weight is on the whole concept of, this debate with the supply. If you guys remember following this, right, there's a back and forth conversation between Anonymous Unknown and Mike Cornwell in a weird section of all places, right, which was in the comments of a live video. A lot of people are starting to use that as a go-to to answer why the price tanked, which I'll be honest, I can't 100% verify that's the case. I guess, take more of a deeper dive into that. But to me, honestly, I do think it's a combination factor of the few. But KK, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Can we not get excited? You know what? I love Brother Larry. Maybe this will cheer him up. Hopefully, he doesn't make him upset. I have only one pet peeve of our Brother Larry. Maybe it's bad timing. Just got one pet peeve. So I was watching him briefly because I got like a bite to eat. Maybe it's a minor pet peeve. Everybody has a pet peeve. Maybe he has a pet peeve about me. I don't know. I have one minor pet peeve, and that is when he's doing the show and so on, and he'll do this whole thing of, his normal stuff, and that's fine. What drives me nuts, because think about this, when you listen to your radio talk show host or you watch a live broadcast, do you hear a guy doing this a lot? No, you don't hear that on a live show. Anyway, just a minor pet peeve. Can we not get excited? Yes. All right, GS. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I don't know. Maybe some people are like, you know what, being too critical, Max. That's okay. I'm sure somebody could be critical of my beard. I think it was Abdi Omar, aka Ran, wants me to chop the whole thing off. Trust me, you don't want me to chop the whole thing off. It's going to accentuate my face. Brian Dowie's in the house. Thank you for being here. Also, GS. Sorry about that. I meant to read some of your comments. Yeah, glad that the internet's back. For if it could go out again, there's some weird weather happening, I guess, here in the Phoenix area. So if I get rugged, I'm sorry. I had a great show planned out for everybody with research and all this stuff. All I can say is if you appreciate the show, smash that like button. Yes, we're going to get into it. Don't worry. Who's got some Jasmine? I got some Jasmine. Sobo's in the house with a new custom avatar. Let's check that out real quick. Ooh, looking like a winter wonderland, even though it's not Christmas anymore. That's a nice looking cabin. It's very cozy. Very cool. Good to see you, Sobo. Thanks for the kind words in the comments of the Jasmine recorded. Really, really appreciate that. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna get back to where I was at. I think I resetted my comments real quick, so bear with me. I know we have some slight delays. I really appreciate you guys being understanding about today and everything. All right, so I found my place again. Everybody's welcome, Sobo. I'm sure there's quite a few more people. Brian Dowie states, Max, did you get a chance to watch the video? Yes, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Crypto Lulu. I'll be honest. This whole thing with Crypto Lulu, you should watch the whole. Everybody should watch this whole video. But I have a key area highlighted. Again, it's towards the end, but it just kind of further solidifies this whole outline that we've had with ISO 222, some of the roadmap. If you're here yesterday and the day before, Mike Cornwell did a very good job of giving us not necessarily a roadmap. I forgot what it was called. It was a playbook. That's what it was called. It was a playbook in the form of a PDF. That was very cool. But yes, I did have a chance to look at it. I think I watched part of it on my phone. I didn't get to watch the entire thing. I got to watch most of it. But man, he pounded it home. Crypto Lulu doing it big. And his guy that's with him, I forgot his name. Who's it? Michael or something like that. That actually provided the regional research. So shout out to that guy too. We got to go further down. Larry, if XRP gets to $10, will you buy a bidet? All right. Coochie Boy's in the house. Thanks for being here, Coochie Boy. I'll try not to FUD, as you would say, the meme coins too much. Props to you, man. Thank you for being here. Me is in the house. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? I can't do the Lionel Richie, but welcome, me. And I'm sure we have more than 12 likes by now, but if you haven't hit the like, please do so. Let's kick up to the next notch. I know some other guys that we're, allies with, friends with, are doing shows at the same time. XXI Game is in the house. Always puts a smile on my face to see fellow brother XXI Gaming. Larry used to say XXI Gaming Gammon. It's just XXI Gaming, man. Just XXI Gaming. But then again, I messed it up a while back and I called you 11 Gaming for some reason, even though clearly there's two X's and an I, which is 21. So maybe everybody calls you XXI. Maybe we should just call you 21 Gaming. I don't know. But here we go. All right. So enjoy the chat. I'm glad you guys did. At least you have something going on. Thanks for that, Coochie Boy. Oh no, I skipped Tim Shea again. Hey, Tim Shea. Good to see you, buddy. Glad to have you here tonight. And yes, it is all good. It's all good, baby. All right. Let's go. Sobo. Hi, guys, from the UK is Simon Greco. Not to be confused with a guy that we've been missing for a while, which is Simon Ravenscroft. Shout out to Simon's Ravenscroft, where he happens to be. It might also be because we don't cover Luna Classic as much as we normally did before. Nothing against it. It just, I don't know. There's other ones to cover. But yeah, I want to welcome Simon Greco from the UK. Never seen you here before. Maybe you were here before and I just didn't recognize you. But if you want me to recognize you, consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're all about. Guys, let's welcome Simon Greco. All right. Thank God it's Friday. Max, the CTN fam, says Big Watch Dude in the house. Glad to have you, Big Watch Dude. And let's see here. Sorry, no echo. My bad. I had show open on two browsers. That's all right. XX Gaming, Billionaire Tim. Really? Anyway, yes, the Mayor of Crypto, the Crypto Commissioner. All right, Albert Coloma. Hello, Max, or hi, Max. Well, welcome, Albert. Same thing applies to you that applies to Mr. Simon Greco. Consider changing your avatar. Something speaks more about who you are all about, Albert. And again, I'd like to welcome you guys, welcome all the newcomers. We really, really appreciate it. I promise we're going to get into all the hot, juicy stuff here with the news here in a bit, especially with Alliance Block. I'm sure you guys heard about the whole announcement with the thing with, Washer Guru and, the whole thing with Binance potentially delisting, everything US related. But anyway, a place where everyone knows your name. Yes, you want to go where everybody knows Tim Shea and where he sprays from far away. This ain't a gaming show, but it could be. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to go that route. All right. Yes, you want to go where everybody knows your name. Great. Jasmine stream earlier today. That wasn't a stream, unless you checked somebody else's stream. I was going to say I had it recorded, but I don't know. Maybe you're referring to somebody's actual stream. So thank you for that. Soba's got a real question. Yes, thank you very much. What about Jasmine locking up coins in the future? That is something I have to take more of a deeper dive into. And maybe even have a conversation with some other people that are more familiar with that. But that's a good question. Very good question. See, I don't pretend to know things I don't know about. If I don't know about it, I just say I don't know about it, But to be accused of, oh, you basically are a liar. You made up the whole thing about the Toyota partnership. You made up the whole thing of the Sony partnerships. Like, no, I didn't. When I stated that I already verified it, I verified it. But in reality, from the original time I put it out, I guess I could have done a little bit more to put some stuff there, but it's all right. Now I know that there's some people paying close attention, and there's nothing wrong with it. If people are going to be, like, I don't know. I Cool Cat's in the house, but if he was, like he was mentioning, we don't want a bunch of yes men. Well, I never said I want some yes men, be surrounded by a bunch of yes men. I want people to have a legitimate argument, be respectful, don't attack the messenger, attack the argument, right? So we had a couple people who basically did that from Jasmine, and as a result, I politely responded, and I think people appreciate that. All right. But yeah, let's go. Jasmine says crypto channel, and we're almost to where we need to be at. Just a few more people praying for Larry. Thank you for that so much with his family. April Cormo's in the house. Pray for Larry's dad for healing and comfort. We need all the prayer warriors. Thank you, April, especially from you. I know you've gone through quite a bit with your family. That means a lot. You're very welcome, Larry. All right. Yeah. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. All right. Let's see where we're at. I want to welcome Grizzly Bear Greg in the house. I know there's a lot of welcoming, and you guys maybe think, come on, get on with it. But if anything, I think you guys appreciate it. I mean, come on, kick back, relax. It's Friday. You made it. You made it through your work week. You want to relax. You want to kick it with some of your homies or homegirls from the CTM fam. We appreciate you being here. All right. Salamander, the XDC commander, is in the house. And let's face it, he's actually gone from XDC commander to, Quant commander, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's sounding pretty impressive. Salamander, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. All right. The SEC is attacking all crypto with FUD. Yeah, nothing like FUD. Doesn't matter if it's Jasmine FUD or Quant FUD. Now it's attacking everything with, even from the SEC, this FUD. Tired of the FUD, right? I think we all are. But yeah, he states, as in Grizzly, by the way, welcome. SEC attacking all crypto with FUD and utilizing hiring misinformation. Geez, fake news or whatever. Max, that Jasmine chart, the longer the base, the higher into space. Yep. That's another way of looking at it, Tim. Thanks for pointing that out. I think you mentioned that also with XDC. A similar comment, right? Even Brian Dowie agrees with you. How could you skip Tim Shea again? Well, it's because I'm not doing it on purpose. I guess it's because I'm looking for key things. Like I don't know if you guys ever do this when you read a lot. So I read a ton every day. Every day I read, like, oh my God, I read a ton of material. Back when I used to have 3 jobs from August of last year to like the end of last year, especially, being a teacher and so on. So it's like you're already reading a lot of material, and then there's such things as, speed reading. So you're just constantly, just boom, 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 trying to get through key areas and keywords and highlights. So when you come in, Tim, and you're like, hey, then, unless your slogan, and rightfully so, Tim Shea says, hey, I think that's how it's happening. All right. And it's of course not done on purpose. All right. Coochie boy, no, Max, no harm. All in fun, bro. Don't take anything I say seriously. All right. Thanks, Coochie boy. Appreciate that clarification. All right, let's welcome Mohammed Ahmed, or it might be pronounced Ahmed, watching from the UK right now, offloading cryptos from exchanges onto my ledger. Ooh, nice. Yeah, strengthen up on that. I do still not have an answer in regards to XDC. Please, somebody give me an answer on this. Maybe I just need to remember to take more of a deeper dive into it with my own research. So, to my understanding, when it comes to XDC, you have to manually make a folder in Ledger for it to, I guess, interpret or recognize the XDC. And some people say that's kind of a pain. They don't want to create a manual folder. Do you guys happen to know anything in regards to this, or is there a different version of Ledger in which you don't have to manually do that? Have you had any problems? Please, by all means, share that. And then if anything, I'll try to get back to that one guy who was asking about that. 99% of what I say is BS, LOL. Most know this. All right. But you got to keep in mind, it's, you know how text is, you know what I mean? I think if anything, that's why I think we joke around, it's like some of our girlfriends or spouses, and, they kind of flip out, they overreact or whatever. But anyway, I don't want to go down that route. I don't want to get us all in trouble. All right. Mohammed states, first time on this channel, watch a vid today and subscribe. Can you tell us which vid that was? We really appreciate the feedback. And Mohammed, consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. I really appreciate you being here, man. That is awesome. Either way. All right. River's in the house. Thanks for being here, River. And we got a few more guys. You're very welcome for the shout out. You're a Jasmine holder. Right on, man. Your Jasmine vids, keep them coming. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Soba says Matthew Perry put out something on that today. Jasmine locking up coins someday. Okay. I do watch him once in a while. I have nothing against him and so on. It's just, he kind of brings a different element approach to the table. All right. JG, hey, Max, are you familiar with Hello? It's pumping today. No, I'm not familiar with Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Lionel Richie. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not familiar with Hello, unfortunately. Let us know what you think stands out with it. Who knows? Maybe we'll get more into it. I'll state this one. I will do a deep dive into WTK. All right. What's it called? Watts Pay token. It keeps popping up. It keeps getting requested. Even when I do some of my own research, right, to bring to you guys for, the content we cover. Like, people are even put in the same group. Like, I'll look up Cypherium information. I'll look up XRP. I'll look up some of these other ones. This whole thing with WTK keeps popping up in the mix all the time. And I'm just like, you know what? All right, that does it. I need to do a proper deep dive. So if you're wondering what's the new deep dive going to be, it's definitely going to be on that. Don't look for it being out tomorrow or anything, but it's coming soon. It's, of course, part of the big list of everything else. And I don't know, maybe it'll create a good problem, and the problem will be like, it's just, the biggest video of all time, and everybody's watching it. It's like, oh god, now we have to put a lot of emphasis on covering this as well, more news, build a bigger base. I mean, like I said, it's good problems, but as you guys know, I mean, there's only so much time in a day to there's no way to cover everything. All right. Yeah, no problem. Tim Shea, good to see you. Speaking of Cool Cat Crypto, I don't know if you're aware of it. I did make a BSV video. It's in the recorded section. So welcome. And if anything, hopefully you've had a nice catnip or some cat food from the Cornwells. Consider changing your avatar from Cool Cat Crypto to War Cat Crypto, and then come back after you've eaten it, and then let us know when you're Cool Cat. No, I'm kidding. Bad joke. All right. Mohammed Ahmed just offloaded XDC. Huh. Well, we still cover XDC quite a bit. And oh boy, here we go. Menelect, hello. Is it Menelect you're looking for? Lionel Richie. Yes, it's a tradition now. All right. And we have quite a few good problems. Thank you for being here. I didn't mean to skip anybody. I'm just going to get towards the bottom. Perry, Crypto King both want to pump their bags and looking for likes. Just my opinion. Okay, interesting. I think there's other people who feel that way, but I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I think Open Mind is in here. My bad. I didn't mean to skip you. Glad to see you here again, Open Mind. Let's kick it into the show. Sorry about the delays. But if anything, we wanted to recognize some people. I'll read this one real quick. Hey, Max, Ted from Lift Capital told me to tell you what's up and to keep kicking that Cypherium news. Yeah, he's pretty cool. I've been sharing a lot of his information. I've been retweeting his stuff too. So he's a good guy, and he covers, obviously XRP, XDC. He covers XDC a lot, man. He's doing big things. Cypherium, obviously. But yeah, if you happen to say hello to him next time, because a lot of times I try to catch his live, but it's like conflicting with what I'm doing, where it can't be interactive. But yeah, by all means, thank him on for my behalf, if you don't mind, or CTN. I saw a super chat come in. I got to recognize it real quick before we kick it into the news. So it's from I am DPP, Discipline, Prioritize, and Purpose, with the $5 super chat plus the books, right? Which is good. It's always good to read. He states, it's part of the ZenFin security. I had to do something similar with the Guarda wallet. Oh, so you did answer this for us. Do not allow barriers to entry to stop your progress. Well, I am DPP. Thank you very, very much. I haven't seen you be here before. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. And we really do appreciate you guys. If you don't know who I am is, or maybe he was here when it was just with Larry, I definitely want to encourage you to welcome him. And thank you very much for the clarification about this whole thing with ZenFin and so on with XDC. Really appreciate that, man. All right. Going to go ahead and highlight this as a reference. Let's kick it in. About 27 minutes into the show. Apologize for the delays. Let's kick it into, of course, a big announcement. I'm sure you guys know what this is going to be. It is Alliance Block. So that's what's going to start off the day first. And if anything, there's this. I'll also show you the one that Mike Cornwell got. So yeah, this happened like 12:30 p.m. my time. Currently speaking, my time, because I'm on Mountain until the people on the West Coast go to, the whole thing with daylight savings, and then so I'll be on the same time as them. So this was roughly about 7 hours ago, give or take. Comes straight from the Alliance Block team. It says the next area below you'll find further details on the upcoming NXRA token. And to me personally, this simply makes sense for them to rebrand or rename the token and go from ALBT to V2. Because I mean, let's face it, like even the thought of a V2 doesn't sound great, right? It's kind of like a big scar. I know with meme tokens, they do it all the time, but here's the thing, right? This is Alliance Block, right? We understood already, and that's why we got into it, right? Of how big they can be. The label of, Quant's little cousin, all the partnerships, all the things they're solving, right? Especially the whole thing with the, next era ID, right? Passport, utility-based NFTs, really cool stuff, right? So as you can see here, it says that the upcoming NXRA token distribution, a key step towards the next era of Alliance Block. Now, here's the key thing. Let's highlight that. This was done on purpose. I'm not saying that the whole thing with the hack was on purpose. Of course not. But I love how they put emphasis on the next era of Alliance Block, right? And what way better to introduce that next era by literally naming it, rebranding the token of Alliance Block to NXRA, next era. I thought that was, I guess, ingenious in a way. It was to be expected. They're always promoting the likes of, obviously, next era ID. All these things are big. And of course, if you're not used to this or don't know what I'm talking about, we cover this in the recorded. We did a deep dive, right? I did, and I also did a shorter version. Larry, of course, introduced it originally. As far as like on the recorded, I know some of you guys from the community originally introduced it. Shout out to Tim Shea and a few other guys. But anyway, yeah, we're going to jump into this particular blog. Before we do so, it states that you can stay up to date with the token distribution and follow all announcements by joining the official Telegram group in this particular link right here. Me personally, you guys know my stance. If you don't, I'm not a big fan of Telegrams. They can get pretty toxic, but maybe because this is Alliance Block, there's more of a mature audience. But let's face it, when it comes to some of the DJ ones out there, I'm not going to name any. You know some of them, how they are. You can get really toxic, and I'm done with dealing with toxic people. Seriously. All right, so take a look into that. Let's jump over to there because we want to get to some of the big stuff in regards to this whole thing with Alliance Block. So this is a big update. It gives you the whole gist of the history about what happened with Donk Bao exploit involving the ALBT tokens. Alliance Block has released that statement, so on and so forth. We know about that, right? I also gave you guys an update, at least in the recorded, in regards to the whole thing with the audit being done. No, they didn't go with Certic audit. There's a different particular company. That was fine. It seemed like it went well. It states they're in the final preparation stage for the distribution of the new token, and this is good to hear. This is what we all are looking for, right? Give us something, right? Because if anything, a lot of people feel as though that this should have been done over a week ago, but in reality, I'm totally cool with the delay and waiting because I want it to be a proper release. How many times have we seen various other projects, right? Not as solid as this, right? A lot lower market caps and so on. Part of the degen space, let's face it, which they come out with specific dates and it didn't work out too well. So here's what it says. What the Nexera protocol means for Alliance Block. New Alliance Block Nexera token, NXRA, replacing the legacy ALBT token. Sorry. Allergies sometimes kick my butt. Native token for the Alliance Block ecosystem. More details on the token distribution scheme across the classifications, a more detailed overview, a note of the Alliance bridge and bridging ALBT and Nexera tokens. Now, gives you a little bit about the founding stages and so on. And of course, about the whole thing that happened in response to the Bonk DAO. But they got this particular statement right here. It says, thinking the best for the community and Alliance Block led to the decision to create a new token to replace the legacy ALBT token, taking on its utility, but also ensuring that we are taking the opportunity to set the foundation for the next era. Again, emphasis on that for Alliance Block, right? But here's the thing. So it states this whole thing about referring back to 2020 with the white paper, right? They introduced Prometheus protocol. It's a layered architecture that can facilitate cross-border transactions, so on and so forth, right? But the vision for Prometheus protocol has since been expanded with solutions such as DeFi terminal, liquidity mining, staking, bridge for cross-chain interoperability, DEX, all this good stuff, right? And of course, there's more information about it, but they state to further integrate their solutions and build new use cases and platforms, they went ahead and, of course, decided to develop Nexera protocol. And again, before this whole thing happened with the hack, right, people would, I should say all people, but some people interpret Nexera was like a branch, if you will, of the whole thing with ALBT, right? But not the native, obviously not the native token because that was ALBT. So they're kind of trying to give people a history lesson of where Nexera came from the original white paper. I want you guys to understand that as well. But it says to further integrate our solutions, we build new use cases and platforms. We developed the Nexera protocol, which acts as the connective tissue across the Alliance Block technology stack. And that's, again, one of the key things here. Bringing us closer to our mission of building seamless gateways between DeFi and TradeFi. Again, think about everything that ALBT is. The introduction, when you go to the ALBT site, I think it's roughly a 3-4 minute long video. It's animated. But the thing that stands out is their connection between decentralized finance and TradeFi, right? That particular bridge. So they get more into about, talking about Nexera protocol, and, talking about, the launching of this new token, which is Nexera token NXRA, this next particular era. Here states the AOBT token, if you're wondering about, which always to powered their suite of solutions, was destined to power the next era protocols. So they're trying to basically let you know that they go hand in hand. That will be now reshaped and distributed to our community, propelling us toward the next era. Now, in regards to the intro of this particular token, because I know it took a while to get into it, but I just don't want people to be, I don't know, too confused about like, well, what the heck is this ALBT, or is this like, what the heck is this next era thing? Like, especially if you're not following. And let's face, I don't expect everybody to be as up to date as the next guy, but here it is. The Alliance Block ALBT token will now be fully replaced. Yes, fully replaced by the Alliance Block Nexera token NXRA, the legacy original ALBT tokens, which I know quite a few guys still have. Some of you guys have it on Uniswap and stuff like that. That has no more utility, with NXRA completely taking over its utility properties. Now, I want to state this, right? If you're one of those type of guys in which you have the original ALBT token, but you have it, for instance, on, I don't know, I guess like, various different wallets where you could swap it quickly with Uniswap or whatever the case, please do not go and sell that before you basically get your airdrop. After you get your airdrops, I mean, I cannot tell you what to do, give you financial advice and so on. Like some of you guys have stated, I think even Mike Cornwell stated this. Actually, I think it was Mike. It'd be nice to kind of have like a bonus of like, I want to salvage whatever this is worth. You know what I mean? And watch the market closely. You're more than welcome to do that. How do we know that you're more than welcome to do that? Because let's face it, this is not the only project that's done something like this. Perfect example, BTT, right? There's some old BTT tokens. Countless other examples, right? That you can even apply this to some meme coins. There's still some value there. And there may be a period, I don't know how long this is going to happen, so don't just keep doing this, but there is going to be a period where you may very well see like a crazy pump on the old version. All I can say is maybe you take advantage of that, maybe you don't. If anything, I'm not giving you advice, but that is a reality. There is going to be a certain amount of the old version of the tokens. They will hold some kind of weight and value. As far as what that weight is, I don't know. But as far as the utility, let's face it, they might as well just, turn into a meme token at this point on the old V1. So I did want to state that if you're wondering about that. But don't do anything drastic where you sell that before you get your V2. And this reality, the V2 is not even called the LBT V2. It's called NXRA. All right. I know, we try to do 5 minutes in, 5 minutes out, but that is not going to happen when it comes to this. This is a big announcement. So it says token information. Here's some of the, ticker symbols and so on. We're wondering about the max supply. This is big stuff. 850 million. What networks? Ethereum, BNB Smart Chain, Avalanche, Polygon, and Energy Web Chain. So you guys, of course, are familiar with EWT, right? Contract address will be updated once the token is deployed. Launch of token distribution. This is the main key thing. It's going to happen the week of the 20th through the 24th. So before, it was all speculative, right? We're waiting for an announcement. Now we got something kind of solid in regards to token distribution. Keep in mind some centralized exchanges, right? Whether it's KuCoin, Uphold. Some of you guys maybe have gotten your answer for Uphold because they did an AMA, or excuse me, I think it was Twitter Space the other day. But where the case be, now we have a real range of that particular distribution. It's going to happen between the 20th to 24th of February. And basically, that's just next week, if I'm not mistaken. So starting on Monday of next week, today's Friday, and all the way to Friday of next week, you got to keep in mind, there's time differences and so on. This is supposed to happen. If I find out, for me, mine was on KuCoin, maybe yours was up with Uphold and so on. There could be different dates. It might be on the same day, but whatever the case be, if we get any updates on that, we'll let the community know. Here's the particular scheme in regards to this. The support for Alliance Block during this period has been well welcomed and received with positivity from most of our community. We have been working tirelessly to provide the best resolution to our token holders. We aim to be as transparent as possible during this process. Below, you find a timeline that, basically gives you all the information of, what's going on chain and so on. So here's the particular, picture / screenshot, if you will. It gives the screenshot from Bonk DAO, which happened at 6:30 p.m. February 1st. I don't know what exact time this is. I don't know if it's UTC. Don't quote me on it. But anyway, there's a Twitter announcement. Here's the particular ones. Like the actual snapshot was February 1st, 11:04. So if you're wondering about what time that snapshot was, this is the particular time. Again, I don't know if it's UTC. I don't know if it's Eastern Standard Time. We could always find out the information if that's what you're looking for. The holders can claim a 1-1 equivalent of held tokens. Stakers can receive, because this is a good clarification. So we were wondering about this, right? Stakers can receive or claim a 1-1 equivalent or staked or unclaimed tokens. Liquidity providers, right? That was your thing. Some of you guys do that. I mean, I've done it with Shiba Inu. With my pairing with CLE. Liquidity providers can claim a 1-1 equivalent of legacy ALBT amount in their liquidity position. So that's big, because think about that. That's what the old particular token. So if that was you, I mean, in reality, there's not many of us who did that. But if that was you, that should clarify that. All right. The buyers, right? Obviously, that's based on wallet balance at snapshot. And I cannot stress that enough. It's not before, right? It's not after. It's at the actual time of the snapshot. So if you never moved it and snapshot happened, then, you can draw your own conclusion in regards to that. So it gives clarification on that on both buyers, sellers, and traders. It's all consistent based on wallet balance at snapshot. So all those people that, for instance, they moved it around or sold or where the case be, sell all of it, you sold part of it, then your answer basically is it's based on snapshot, not based on that particular balance that you still have there, whether it's on a centralized exchange, particular wallet, ledger, you name it, right? But yeah, for buyers, less tokens than bought, sellers, less tokens than sold, traders, less tokens than traded, and then all three not eligible for any claim. On this particular area right here, says so on 24-hour to community update. I have to double check that particular area, but I think it's been pretty consistent about if you sold post snapshot, then you're kind of out of luck. If you sold all, I mean, if you sold some, then obviously it's just applying towards you'd be compensated for what you had for that particular amount. There's a lot more to it than that that we can get into in regards to the staking and so on. I'll probably get more of a deeper dive into this. Another thing I do want to make real quick, or a statement I want to mention real quick, though, is in regards to those who bought, because this affects a lot of people. It says buyers who bought before the snapshot will get 100% 1-1 of the legacy ALBD tokens they bought in the NXRA tokens. And they should come across as NXRA and not labeled as ALBT V2 or anything like that. So I don't think that's going to happen, that somebody will get something crazy like that. It says buyers who bought between the snapshot of February 1st, 2023, 11:04 p.m. CET. Okay, so this does answer the particular time zone if you're wondering about that. And up to 24 hours after the Twitter announcement, will receive a portion of legacy ALBT tokens they bought in NXRA tokens. Buyers who bought after the 24-hour after the Twitter announcement on February 2nd, 2023 at 9:52 p.m. CET will not get compensated. Buyers will need to claim their tokens from the original claim page. In regards to sold tokens, we'll talk about this just real quick. Sellers who sold before the snapshot of that particular time you see there will not get compensated. Sellers who sold between the snapshot and up to 24 hours after the Twitter announcement. Again, it's just kind of like what I mentioned earlier. So again, they're talking about if you sold the whole thing. So if you sold just partial, I imagine that whatever partial amount you had of the original, you'll be compensated for that based off of whatever you had. And then of course, there's a little bit more in regards to both bought and sold. Again, you could just check it and so on. And then how about this? The ones that are on centralized exchanges, right? This affects me. This affects quite a few guys. Centralized exchange users will have to wait for advice from their centralized exchange on how token distribution will happen. I was expecting this, right? Because if anything, KuCoin might have a different policy than Uphold and some of these other particular exchanges, right? That's just a given. It says, please wait until an official announcement from your particular centralized exchange. And for me, I literally have the notification coming straight to my phone instantly. because KuCoin is really good about that. So Alliance Block, like they stated, is fully cooperated with centralized exchanges for the best course of action for centralized exchange users. Hence why, like, this whole thing from Monday of next week to Friday of next week, it's not going to all happen on one day. It might happen for a couple exchanges, maybe 3 or 4, but where the case be, that's a good range. They provided them with the amount of tokens they have determined based on the snapshot. Centralized exchanges will work from their platform data and might have specific distribution schemes. Alliance Block cannot ultimately influence how they distribute the tokens. Right. I want to clarify this. Doesn't mean that you won't get your tokens. It just means that you won't get them maybe the same day as the next guy. And of course, there's going to be people that are going to complain. I already see it already. There's going to be people literally like posted in the record, I didn't get my tokens. Well, did you read the policy update? So anyway, as far as all this thing about claiming the tokens and so on, I'll try to take more of a deeper dive into that and cover all the rest of the nitty gritty. I know it took a little bit of time, but it's an important announcement because it's going to get brought up anyway. So there you have it. Glad to bring it to you guys. I'll kick it back to the comments for a brief bit, and then we'll get right into the news here shortly. I do see another super chat came in. I'll read that real quick, and then I'd like to welcome a few more other people I saw just came in. I am DPP. Thank you again for the $10 super chat. It says, if I'm not mistaken, ALBT had 1 billion total supply. Now NXRA will have a total supply of 850 million. Will that move increase the price? I think it should. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. That's the way I feel about it as well. That's a great question. I'm glad you brought it up. And my thing is, anything of a lesser supply makes anything. It don't matter if it's ALBT. You guys know how it goes, right? It makes it that much more scarce. So will that affect the price? Or this is going to be a perfect example of they release the particular token. A great example would be what? Terra 2.0, right? You know, when we got the airdrop originally and so on, I think the original price of Terra 2.0 was supposed to be like, $20, $25 in the price tank. But this is a totally different project. There's all sorts of different scenarios, but yeah, based off this on the surface of what you're mentioning, there's something to be said about literally 150 million less tokens. And so I don't know, maybe they just felt as though that was a good way to compensate based off of the losses. Because remember, I don't know if you were here for it, but some of you guys were here for it. We're talking about what the hacker actually got away with and how it affected the particular price. So I said originally this affected only about 5% of the market cap, technically speaking, at the time of the snapshot. And before then, the big headline was, well, this is going to affect ALBT big time because he got away with over half, I think it was 50 or 60% of supply. Then we found out later from ALBT that that was not the case. The case was, yeah, he actually only got away with was it some small, insignificant number. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, $1 million is not too shabby, but compared to the overall picture of the thing, wasn't as damaging. So I just wanted to basically state that. And then on top of that, crazy things could happen. Like you may see that you get your token and both of these things do really well, right? The old version has a big pump. By all means, if you guys are obsessed over that, and I know some of you guys are, I'd be watching both like a hawk. If you get an announcement from your centralized exchange, if you happen to be using it on a centralized exchange, I'd be paying very close attention to, like, let's say you hold, I don't know, a decent amount on KuCoin or Uphold and so on, but at the same time, you also have maybe on a separate, I don't know, a separate area where you mess with Uniswap or whatever the case be. You have the old tokens there. Either way, wait for your new tokens, and then if anything, if you're like the guy like, man, I might get a nice bonus, you could. I don't think the price is going to go up to anything close to what it used to be. But I mean, you never know. I mean, you guys saw over the last couple of weeks, this thing went up to 40, 50%. Some crazy random pumps off the old token. So, I mean, I just don't want to get people's hopes up, but there's crazy things that's happened. Combine that with if you had a really great day or week in the market, like if we were, getting some bullish momentum in the market, those are all factors as well. So, but anyway, that's a great statement. Thank you again for the $10 super chat. I'm with you on that for the most part. And guys, if you haven't thanked I am DPP and welcome them, please go ahead and do so. All right. Let's see here. Cool Cat Crypto. Ted gave Max and Larry another shout out today on his live. He said to reach out to him for possible collaboration. Oh, sweet. Awesome. That's very cool. I am following him. He's not following me, but I'll send him another DM. That'd be very cool. Thanks for that, Cool Cat. Appreciate that. All right. And hopefully you also like the recorded PSV video. All right. Crypto high. Watermelon Crypto Sugar Highs in the house. Good evening, Max, the CTM family. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. NEXRA. Yep, the new token. Next era. You know, I like the sound of it. You know, we're entering into a next era. I mean, it just even sounds good. I mean, think about it. These guys thought this out. At least they put some thought into it and just calling it, you know, ALBTV2. Because I mean, you know, if I am, what's his name, Rashid, I would be thinking, well, you know what? Think of all the meme coins out there. Like, this is ALBT. This is no freaking meme coin. We need to give this not a V2. We need, you know, oh yeah, you know, well, we already have the whole thing with next era. Let's call it next era. Like, it is the next era of ALBT. I mean, it just has a nice ring to it. All right, next era, drop it like it's hot. Yeah, absolutely. Ricky Tiffy, man, welcome back. All right, good to see you, Ricky. Kind of funny how we have two Rickies, but anyway. 45 peeps, 44 likes. Actually, we got 50 now. Larry, how's your dad doing? Hopefully he's doing a little bit better. Crypto Smith is back from Seattle, back to the Idaho area. Welcome, Crypto Smith. Welcome back. Good to see you. Definitely want to welcome Selmo Fudd. Good to see you, Mr. Selmo Fudd. Glad to have you here tonight. Hopefully, you've been watching some good Cavs games now that football season is over. And let me go further down. Let's see here. Everyone's welcome GS and saying what's up. Menelec states the supply will make a difference in time, but not immediately. Reputation repair is the most important than ecosystem building. Yeah, I mean, very, very true. Very, very true. I'm just, you know, I understand where he's looking at, like, you know, on this particular statement that that could move the increase in price, maybe just based off of like what we see on the surface from a tokenomic, you know, point of view, mixed with, of course, market cap factors. But yeah, I'm totally with you, Menelect. Reputation repair is the most important thing. If they kept doing this, and I get it, it's not them doing this, as you know, like the saying goes, it wasn't that they created the hack. I mean, the whole thing with Bonk DAO, but that's my main thing. How about this? Can we all agree on this, guys? For one, what I gathered, Bonk DAO, like, learn from the mistakes of others, right? Pick, you know, it's not pick your poison. It's you know, let's vet these other places a lot better. I mean, I know sometimes DAOs get bad reputations, but there's some good DAOs too, right? They're not all bad. But yeah, let's do a better job of vetting these, right? As the saying goes, quality over quantity. So I would hope that the Lions Block team is more selective in the future. But yes, great statement, Menelect. And let's go further down. Cash Cats is in the house with the Ron Paul avatar. Howdy, howdy, Max, the CTM fam. Good to see you, Mr. Katz. All right. Is Mr. Katz secretly related to the other Mr. Katz from Ripple? You know what I'm talking about. Anyway. All right. Going to go further down, and let's see here. Dwayne Marshall says, Australia says hello. Well, hello to you, Dwayne Marshall from Australia. Glad to have you here tonight. And consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. And if anything, having an avatar picture definitely helps us remember who you are. So thanks for being here. Let's welcome him. And we got Olamide Adams is back. What's up, gang? Thanks for being back here tonight. Olamide, or maybe you pronounce it Olamide. I don't know. Let me know. You got some VRA today. I think, if anything, you know what? If you held that just right, especially going to a bull run, it's going to be more fun. It's been pumping lately. Hopefully, you didn't buy on a green candle, though. All right. So I want to get towards the bottom. We got Menelec staying. Vetting your partners is a key. Absolutely. John Francis back in the house. Welcome back. What's up, Max? You handsome son of a bi biznatch. LOL. When XLM goes to $1, I promise I will give this channel a bonus. Really? All right. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate that. All right. Tim Shea says hello to John, and let's read one more statement. I was happy to hear that Next Era token has not lost any partnerships during their last AMA. Still believe in this project long term. And you know what? That is key. I'm really glad you brought that up, because that's one of the key things. Think about this. When this whole announcement got made, right? If you have a solid partnership, it should be just that. You rub some, elbows with some of these guys. You got to know some of these other particular projects, especially, being partners with Quant and so on. So if you're a good partner, right, or a good ally of some other particular project, does it show good faith to just abandon your partner? No, it doesn't. And if anything, I think that's also, shows testament to some of these other projects that we're into, obviously, like the likes of Quant, some of these other ones, and so on. So I was glad to hear that. I'm glad you pointed that out, JG. Olamide Adams states, oh, okay. All right, so Olamide. All right, yeah, I was just thinking, like, it's probably not Olamide, it's Olamide. All right, I'll remember that, Olamide. Well, thanks for clarifying that, Olamide. Cash, Joel and I may be from the same tribe. I like that, man. All right, guys, we're gonna kick it into some of the other news other than Alliance Block. But let's face it, we haven't had any real Alliance Block news for a while. So in reality, maybe we did make up for the 5 minutes in, 5 minutes out when he collected all of the information, just put them into one group. All right. So yes, I want to show you this particular information in regards to some more news we have for you. And it's straight from Mr. Mike Cornwell. We're going to start off with him. And here it is. And it's regards to derivatives and ISO 222 implementation. Sounds pretty cool. Well, let's jump into that. So I'm going to zoom in on this and look what you see here. It says a longer term perspective, growing volumes, expanding scope, changing infrastructure. And of course, we'll also get to this particular highlight, and shout out to Brian Dowie, who did watch the entire Crypto Lulu video, and that was big in itself. Highly recommend you watch the whole thing. I'm not quite to the finish point yet, but I'm close to it. Very, very interesting stuff. Shout out to all communities, XRP Army, you name it, right? Not just us, them, all these guys, 3-2 Warriors Academy, anybody who knows what to cover and the reason for it, because of this whole thing tied to ISO 222 is huge. There's a whole reason why we have many communities talking about this stuff. So look at some of these observations. It says DTCC derivatives register reporting 0.5 billion trades, 15 BN messages / a year. Register reporting is expanding beyond derivatives. You got MIFID, SFTR. You have ESG reporting, CSRD, and so on. Look at some of this in regards to the EU supervisory data strategy. I know some of this is kind of technical, but just here's out on this. So it states ISO 222 is likely to be increasingly mandated for reporting regulations in the EU, as in the European Union, and beyond. The US approach, which is very smallly written, states for domestic reporting is less clear. Well, we'll get to that. I think eventually, like, we'll all have something clear. I do agree with Mike that I feel as though the United States could very well be working in the background on something massive, and that's good. We want to hear that. So look at this quote. It says, in a world that runs on data, shout out to Jasmine, right? That's the main utility layer, by the way, for Jasmine. Anyway, so in a world that runs on data, good quality data, and I got to state this real quick. Somebody had a great quote. I don't know if it was Cash Cats. Somebody like that stated that in the modern age, when it comes to AI and all that, data is digital, not gold, right? We talk about XRP is gold and XLMs is silver. How about this? And I love this statement. Data in the modern age, going to the fourth industrial revolution, Web3, so on, right, is digital oil. How do you like that? I thought about that, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to go with that. That's a great statement because when you think about it, there is tremendous value in data. How do we know that? Autonomous vehicles, when it comes to, especially what Tesla brings to the table, right? Think about Google, how much dang data they scrape from you every day, right? Putting targeted marketing, right? Ads in front of your face and so on. But think about Jasmine, right? That's their main utility layer. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there. So it says good quality data is also essential ingredient to effective risk analysis. Detailed reporting requirement now constitutes a key component of financial sector legislation. It is vital that we continue to streamline data reporting and enhance our data capabilities. Well, no kidding. ESMA is therefore putting every effort into enhancing data-driven risk analysis policy making and supervision in the EU. And of course, there's the citation, I guess, from Verena and Ross and so on. Then on the bottom it says, moving slowly but steady, derivatives reporting was mandated in 2009, started in 2011. First major revision goes live globally in 2023. Right, we've been talking about this, like basically March 20th, 2023, and is looking at 2025, right? November of 2025. All right. So getting further into this, here's some of this right here. And if anything, I will blow this up a little bit more because it might be kind of hard for you guys to see this. Give me just a second. Do that. So I'm sharing this tab instead. And you see this AUTH Auth 30 development. It says Auth 30 V2. It says includes CDE data fields, includes ESMA changes, and CFTC feedback-based message will not be used by the regulators. Just kind of gives you a breakdown of, how this is basically going to be implemented. That's the key thing here, right? The implementation. I guess I zoomed in too much on that. Key highlights, obviously, is what you saw reported from Swift right here and some of these target areas. So we had, what you see some like right here, it says the start of CFTC/SEC rewrite reporting 2.0 could not use some of this stuff, but look at what states right here. 2023 industry implementation. That's obviously the key thing. Forget all the technical stuff, and this implementation does check up with what you see right here. So, I mean, I know that some people say, well, Max, you mentioned the whole thing of, quarter 2, 2023, and this says clearly quarter 3 of 2023. But that's just the start of ASIC reporting. You got to keep in mind there's a difference between the actual mandate of ISO 222 and then this whole thing we're reporting. Then by quarter 4, you have the start of what's referred to as EMIR refit reporting. I know this all sounds really technical, but look at some of the terminology, right? There's a difference between the reporting, and then you have CFTC use of ISO 222, SEC use of ISO 222, and, there's the particular outline. As we know, by November 2025, we should have full implementation, right? And that's key. And I'm glad that, of course, Mike Cornwell shared this with us. I'm going to kick it to the comments just for a brief bit. And then after that, we're going to get into some of the other particular coverage we have. I did see that another super chat came in. We do appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get to that real quick, and then we'll kick it back. I am DPP. Thank you again for the $20 super chat. He states, anyone looking at the ultra long term, quote, it's the long perspectives of, quote, there are a lot of people not involved with crypto or they will come in too late, end quote. We will lose family members and friends behind these investments. Who is planning? Very good statement. Thank you for sharing that. And really, really do appreciate the super chats. They definitely help with our particular channel. Can't thank you enough, man. Hope to see more of you. And guys, if you haven't done so already, please thank I am DPP for being here and also join us tonight. We hope that you will make CTN one of your go-to platforms for not just ISO 222 news and updates and so on with these particular coins and tokens. We do cover some other ones. Our main thing is just, focus on utility. We cover ones, for instance, from the QFS, the quantum financial system. And not every single one of those are necessarily like ISO 222 compliant. For instance, Polygon's part of that particular list. All right. Got to go back up. And if anything, let's see here. We have... yeah, it's a particular meme token. It does have a funny name. All right, Blackwood's in the house. Always a fan of, evening people. Yes, everybody will like some, some of that. All right. Hello, Brian. Hello, Blackwood. Hello, all. Thank you for that. Coochie Boy states, I try to bring quality projects such as to the community. That's hilarious. I love it. We all need a good laugh, especially, let's face it, when you go back to Monday, right? It's like some people have a bad case of Monday, some people don't. But you made it to Friday. If you had the weekend off, enjoy it, have a good laugh. As the saying goes, try not to be so serious. Anyway, I want to welcome Wayne Size in the house. Southern California in the house, dude. Surf's up, bro. Yeah, man. Did you see what's going on with the leash today, bro? Yeah, I reported earlier. Leash was up 27%. Why didn't Shiba Inu pump? It was just leash. I don't know. Maybe I should do more of my own research, dude. But anyway, welcome to Crypto Talk Now. My name is basically Max. Yeah, bro. So in today's news, we're going to go ahead and kick it in to some of these hot topics like Quant. But if anything, basically speak, I'm just going to welcome a few more people, bro. But yeah, man, peace, dude. Surf nude. And we're basically going to get into the news here in a bit. Just going to welcome a few more people, bro. So Wayne Side says, Larry, call the double bottom on Bitcoin. What you call, Max? Well, my thing with Bitcoin, right, in itself, I want to bring this up real quick. I want to show you guys something I saw on this, and it's been fluctuating back. Well, hold on, let me share the tab. My bad. This whole fluctuation back and forth, like we saw it touch the 25s, but there it is right now, 24,597 on 24 hours, 3% up, 7 days, 13%. I mean, something to be said about that. I think we get new support levels, and then if anything, I think we also see some blast off here soon. As you know, ETH also moves with the market, and that represents 80 to 81% of the overall crypto market. Combine that with some of these other things you guys are seeing. I mean, remember Filecoin? How many times do we say Filecoin? Don't sleep on Filecoin. I say don't sleep on XDC. I say don't sleep on a lot of things. But boom, blast off with Filecoin. That in itself, I mean, I was honestly considering going all on Filecoin. I talked about Clayton in the past, but as far as double bottom and stuff like that, I don't know. I kind of like to know what you guys think in regards to that. But my main focus is always to be on some of these altcoins, especially the ones with solid utility. But I do pay attention to what happens with the likes of Bitcoin because you got to. All right, let's go further down. Big Watch Dude. Hey, Max, is it possible that the hack on AOBT turns out to be a boost for the project due to all the news coverage? You know what? That's a great statement. Somebody else stated that. I think it was Mike Cornwell, now that I think about it. Mike basically mentioned, I think so. Maybe I'm misquoting Mike, but I think you said this, Mike. This should get a lot of like crazy news coverage. Sometimes bad news can equal good news because it's free marketing. So that's the thing in itself. And let's face it, there's people who just will come in and they'll look at like, okay, this is distressed. Here's something encouraging. All right. Totally apples and oranges, but just hear me out. And I know I make this particular reference quite often, but there's something to be said about this. So shout out to all you guys, every single one of you has been part of this journey of crypto winter and distressed assets. But there's something to be said about distressed assets, whether it's a distressed, exchange token, VGX and so on. People will look at tanked value of anything and make an entry point. Not everybody, But there's some people who just look at it as like this is their justification of their, I hate to say it, their gambling addiction. Some of you guys even do it with meme coins, right? Like, hey, you know what? This is an appealing risk to reward. Or, like I'm not bashing Floki, but I mean, let's face it. Like if somebody, I was even considering going into Floki summer of 2021, but by that point, I was already done with, all the different meme coins I was in. Like, I don't know, man, I got a whole bunch of them. But if you were a person that came into that particular project that was at 7 zeros, I mean, what are we at, 4 zeros? So I mean, like some of those guys who, put like 8K, 10K, and so on, I mean, like are clearly multimillionaires by now. But my point is, yes, there's something to be said about what you just mentioned. And people who, without even done, their research, they might just look at like, you know what? That is a nice entry point. And how about this? We didn't even talk about this. Let's talk about this for a second. I think it's brilliant what they're doing. Give me a second. Give me just a second. All right. So with that said, sorry about the interruption. Yeah, there's something to be said about the label of anything. So hear me out on this. The point I was trying to make before I got interrupted was, think about this. If you come out with an ALBT V2, let's just say that, Rashid and the team was like, yeah, we're just going to call it ALBT V2. I think they thought about this very well and put a lot of thought into it. And maybe that's part of the delay. But think about this. Let's say we were them. We call this thing ALBT V2. Okay, it's just, for one, that sounds negative, right? Like, and there's this whole thing of trust. So you already lost a lot of trust to begin with. So you're thinking to yourself, okay, we lost quite a few people, right? We lost currently, investors that believed in us. They, there's a percentage that just walked away from us. Is there anything we can do to get a big new wave of new investors? Yes. The answer is definitely yes. You put a new label on it, kind of like the same reason why in business, here's a perfect example, and I'm not a fan of them. US West. If you're old enough to remember this, US West rebranded themselves to Quest, and then Quest over the years rebranded themselves to CenturyLink. You get the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying it's the exact same thing, but if anything, it's a new wave of people coming in. Yes, there's a certain amount of people that are going to recognize the old brand name and will know what's going on. But there's also a certain amount of people who are just brand new investors. I think you can apply this to the likes of ALBT, because what's going to happen is, for one, think about what's going to be labeled. I come into KuCoin. I'm gonna get a notification that says the brand new Nexera token is available for distribution or available to be traded. It might not even get labeled as, ALBT's new token, Nexera. The whole point is it's going to say it's new, and it's also going to have a new name. Just because it has a brand new name in itself, there is a certain amount of people who are just going to say, hey, there's this brand new thing with all these awesome partnerships. I want to get into that. That is a positive thing in itself. So yeah, probably one of the best comments of the night goes to Big Watch Dude, doing it big. Thank you very much. Anyway, nothing is guaranteed. But I do have a crap load of XLM. Nice. I don't have a crap load of XLM. I have a decent amount of XLM. That is something I've doubled. I mean, I've doubled my position, but I'm still not satisfied with it. But again, we're all different. Maybe some of you guys are satisfied with what you got. Some of you aren't. I mean, I bet people are like, you know what? I'm satisfied with only 500 XRP. For me, no, I'm not satisfied with that. I'm not saying I have 100 XRP. I think I have, I don't know where it was, maybe close to 4,000 or something. I'm not satisfied with that. I want more XRP. I want more XLM. I want more XDC. I think everybody here can agree that they want more Quant. I am satisfied with the Luna Classic. I'm not looking to get more. That's not me flooding Luna Classic. I think on certain projects, you can get to the point where you're satisfied with it. Like, I know this is apples and oranges, but with SHIB, I'm not really, I think I'm good if I don't get more SHIB. I have over 1 billion of it and so on. But, some people, we reach our goals and some of us don't. All right. Let me go further down. John Francis states, I did make a good amount last bull run with XLM, but that was 2021. Okay. Yes, this totally needs to happen to Gary. It's getting to the point, like, Mike Cornwell is like, I know it sounds extreme, because I don't really wish death on anybody unless they're like a terrorist scumbag or like a Nazi or something like that. Like somebody just flat out evil. But I mean, some people look at Gary Gensler as being really evil, and he's saying like, this guy needs to be strong. That whole announcement that was made earlier from Washer Guru about Binance considering, or seriously considering delisting all U.S. based, just anything U.S. focused or whatever, just boom, gone, blanket the whole thing. That's freaking ridiculous. And that was a direct, response to, Gensler and the SEC. Yeah, that's why so many people are angry, and rightfully so. All right, Coochie Boy, Max, you should pull some. Okay. Is it pumping on the charts or something? Or are you just having a good joke? Let me see what's going on with that. Hold on. ASS. Well, I'm not able to pull it up right now. There's so many different ones. All right. We're gonna kick it back into the news here in a bit. I want to welcome Mr. Michael Montclair. He says, "What up?" Here with my Zara watching. Well, thanks for being here, Michael. And if anything, hopefully you're doing well, and maybe she is enjoying a nice song from the one, the only Michael Montclair. Yes, indeed. All right. Yeah, definitely on him too, Salamander. Wayne Side says, wasn't the Fed considering a 50 basis point raise next time around? Could stir things up. Man, that'd be crazy. I mean, I remember last time was 25 basis points, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're getting extreme with stuff because, they're not reaching some of the expectations that they were hoping. All right. Larry's girlfriend, Caroline. Yeah. Hold on. Gensler has to go. Let him. Oh, God. All right. All right. Interesting. All right. I'm going to go further down. You have a hamster 255% up. And we were just talking about the ASS token. So you combine that hamster with Richard Gere, and you get Richard Gere Inu. And there's an NFT. Never mind. I'm not going to go with this anymore. All right, let's turn to DJ and crypto again. All right, let's go further down. Where is KuCoin? All right. I think KuCoin is in South Korea, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Singapore. I don't know. All right. Any Crow family in house? Yep, me. I DCA'd again into it. I think I have 12,000 Crow, something like that. I'm still staking. The reason why I'm staking because even with a huge pump, I just don't think it's gonna be anything close to where I want it to be. You know what I mean? Crow's a long-term hold for me. All right. Yep. Wayne, he says he has Crow. All right. Tim, he has 4 new videos he posted. Nice. All right. Cash Cat states, Max, I'm never satisfied with my bag. Nobody is. I don't think anybody is, really, if you think about it. All right, Big Watch Dude. Hey, Max, I didn't know about it until you just spoke about it. You were right. It's the branding. It's a smart strategy. Yes, it is. And you like that. I mean, if anything, that is a perfect excuse for some of these delays. If you're going to justify delay and you look at everything that's happened, at least me, I'm thinking to myself, all right, I'm cool with this. As the saying goes, don't get in a rush to do anything unless something warrants it. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. There's something about timing and the right timing. It's not about getting in a rush to do things, but at the same time, it's also reflecting on what's happened and thinking things over the right way. I am planning on grabbing more. I'm sure you are before the next bull run. Make sure you get that Jennifer Lopez ASS NFT. Make sure you get the 1 of 1. It's a very rare selectable. All right. Let's go further down. Yeah, I typed it on CoinMarketCap. So I typed in, ASS, and then it came up with a whole bunch of different ones. Australian Safe Shepherd. Then I type in, hold on, $ ASS, and it doesn't have a proper listing. It just has pairings. So, and then it says see all 100 results. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, let me know. Or you can send me, how about this? Send me a DM on Twitter, and then I'll pull up the right one for you. All right. Hey, Ricky. All right. So let's go ahead and get back into the news. Shout out to Mike Cornwall, who provided what we had earlier. And we're going to kick it into Quant. And the reason why we kick it into Quant, not just because we cover Quant and we need to cover Quant, there's some big news in regards to Quant. So let's go ahead and kick it into that. Shout out to the one and only, the great Greg LUNC. I'm going to show you guys this here in a bit. So breaking, community developer QuanterScan, which is this right here, which is a particular organization that's building a multi-chain explorer powered by Quant's Overledger. How cool is that? How many times have we seen one built for Ethereum? How about one for Quant's Overledger? Cha, I'm cool with that, right? Or some of you guys surfers, cha, bro, I'm cool with that, man. Cha. All right, this basically has discovered Overledger APIs now support Avalanche. I did see something in regards to this in the past. I didn't see anything that was solid. If Greg LUNC is basically reporting on this, you could better believe it's pretty solid. He's pretty deep on the research. But yeah, it's they have support. This particular Overledger APIs now support Avalanche C-Chain mainnet. This is big. No word on when or if Quant plans to announce this publicly, but we already have the verified proof. And, nowadays, everybody, especially the flooders, give me the proof or I'm going to flood it to death. All right, well, excellent news. Either way, we're going to play this. And it's just going to show, I don't even know if it has music, but, or a sound, but you can verify right here. Let's play this. Yeah, there's no sound. So, I mean, look at this. You can verify it for yourself. It's playing through it. I mean, it's pretty cool to see this. And if anything, I mean, look at that. In some of the particular coding, network, Avalanche, C-Chain mainnet. For all those people who are like, I want something a little bit more solid. This is huge. I mean, this is big, definitely big news for Quant. And I was very, very glad to share some of this. It's nice to be able to add another network. You know what I mean? Like, great positive catalyst for the likes of Quant, right? And of course, it's just keep going through. We already played it, but shout out to Greg LUNC in regards to this. And on top of that, I want to show you guys this. And it says, replying to these particular people, it says it's official now. So Avalanche gave a particular response. So it says it's official. At Amazon shows Avalanche to bring scalable blockchain solutions to enterprises and governments. I mean, I understand that this is not the whole Quant thing, but this is actually some bonus coverage. AWS supports Avalanche infrastructure and decentralized app ecosystem, including one-click node deployment, offering the best tooling for these high compliance use cases. Of course, we can view the particular thread, but here's the thing. Why would Greg LUNC mention this? Again, guys, it's all about connecting the dots. Understanding that Quant's Overledger helps get some of this done, right? And that's some of the key things. It's like a while back, somebody was stating like there was no particular connection with, and this is not me pointing towards Coolcat Crypto. This has nothing to do with you, Coolcat. So I don't want you to take this the wrong way. But it was in one of the recorded videos a guy posted in the comments about this is all speculative in regards to the whole Oracle thing. And of course, we even showed you, I think it was maybe yesterday or the day before that, the actual proof about the whole thing of, yeah, this is not just speculative anymore. I mean, look at this with Oracle, right? It literally specifically mentioned Quant numerous times. So anyway, either way, this is a huge positive catalyst for Quant, and I was really glad to be able to share this with you guys in regards to this whole thing with Avalanche. I think it's pretty big. All right, we're going to kick it back into the comments here in a bit. I apologize for my allergies if I'm sniffing a lot. It's just sometimes it gets itchy and drives me crazy. Anyway, let's get back into that. Thank you for everybody who's been here tonight. Please consider smashing that like button for maybe we could tick up to 60. That'd be pretty cool. All right. Tim Shea says, Max, SEC after Paul Pierce. Give me a break. Really? With Paul Pierce? Jeez. Yeah, give me a break is right. The Boston Celtics, great Paul Pierce, their last MVP, 2008 NBA Finals. You know, that was a great NBA Finals. Lakers, Celtics went to 7 games, I believe, on that particular one. I'll say this much. The Celtics should have won at least 3 championships during that era if it wasn't for all the injuries. But at least they got one of the 3 potential. All right. Cash Cats Quant is going to be the giant. So bullish with this. Thank you very much. 1.4 million is so stupid. They like the low hanging fruit. Jeez. Okay. All right. Tim, collecting money because they are gonna lose to Ripple. All right. Let me go ahead and highlight some of this. We're gonna get back into the actual news. Again, thank you for joining us tonight. I thought that was pretty big news, to say the least, when it came to Quant. I want to show you guys a little bit more, and maybe Coochie Boy did PM me. All right, it looks like he did, so that's okay. All right, so that one is Australian Safe Shepherd. Okay, thanks for the clarification in regards to that. All right, I will pull that up real quick for you, Coochie Boy. Thanks for the clarification. I'll remember that from now on. All right. Let me actually just add to my favorites. Why not? Let's go ahead and present this real quick. Bonus coverage, thanks to Mr. Coochie Boy. So here it is. It's give me some of that ASS, Australian Safe Shepherd. So, you know, when you're checking out J-Lo's, ASS, you'd be like, dang, J-Lo, you got a nice looking Australian Safe Shepherd you got there. Oh, yeah. All right. So this is up 12.49%. Keep in mind it has, let me see, 0.3609082. It does have an unconfirmed market cap, I guess you say micro cap, of 8,157,927. I'm gonna click on all time. This has been around since basically April 2021. I don't know. There's too many perfectly horizontal bars on this one for me personally, but you know, that's okay. If you made money on this, then shout out to you. But at least they've been around. At least it's not like it's just like they haven't been around at all. They clearly have been around for almost coming up on a year. And then let's see what's going on lately, because I know sometimes you want me to check out the 7-day chart. So on the 7-day chart, here we go. Jeez. Maybe it's kind of a nice, I don't know, maybe kind of a nice swing trade in a way. And then, of course, boom. So shout out to these people who got in, I guess, right here. Anyway. If you guys are interested in getting this for whatever reason, you get on Pancake Swap. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Gate.io. But anyway, Pancake Swap, Maxi is good. And then if you're like me, you can get on Ishmart. All right. Thank you for that, Coochie Boy. If there's any other emphasis you want me to put on this, just let me know. And we can. All right. So let's kick it back to our coverage. And if anything, I want to show you guys this real quick. It's regards to this whole thing of gold being backed, gold-backed XRP. Has it been confirmed? Well, in my opinion, it has been. I want to show you guys this because Mr. Brian Dowie shared this with me on a DM. Of course, we're not going to be able to play the whole thing because, I mean, it's like 18 minutes. But if anything, you should follow Crypto Lulu anyway. He's a great content creator. Consistently covers XRP like nobody's business. Has some real good, solid, as I would say, the juicy stuff for you. Obviously, he covers like XRP, XLM, XDC, not just XRP. Listen to this real quick, right? So the reason why I'm pointing this key area out is because we've been doing this whole thing with an outline with ISO 222, and especially yesterday, shout out to Crypto Mike Cornwell. We had that particular ISO 222 playbook. So let's listen to this. This should take about maybe a little over 2 minutes, give or take. This last part about the whole regulation roadmap leaked is one of the key areas. So we're going to play this, and then we'll come right back. Let me know what you guys think about this. Have you already seen this whole thing about gold back XRP confirmed? And if so, drop it in the comments. Thanks for being here tonight. Here we go.
You thought it couldn't get any better. Well, there is actually a roadmap for regulation set out by the ICMA group that shows you exactly what's happening from a global standpoint, the EU standpoint, and a national standpoint. And you can see right here, 2025, on this roadmap for regulation, for fintech regulation, it says in 2025, the Basel Committee, GHOS, agreed the implementation of prudential treatment of banks' crypto assets by the 1st of January. That is straight talking about the document that I've just been reading from, the prudential treatment of banks from the Bank of International Settlements. That is put into place on January the 1st, 2025. And then it also says FSB with SSBs to review implementation and of recommendations for the regulation, supervision, and oversight of crypto asset activities and markets by the end of 2025. So 2025, from start to finish, is going to be wild for crypto regulation. But the deadline is the 1st of January. We can also see, going back in time, that in 2024, the Basel Committee are to publish a report on the bank and supervisory implications of ongoing digitization of finance. This includes AI, ML, big data, government structures, all of that by the end of 2024. We also see EU regulations in here, and also 2023, which is going to be a whole nother video. We're going to discuss all of the things that are coming in fintech regulation in 2023 in an upcoming video. This is incredible news for us. We have a timeline, and I don't think anyone else has really discovered this on YouTube yet. With that said, stay emotionless, and I'll see you in the next one.
Shout out to Crypto Lulu, doing it big. I know he probably doesn't watch your channel, but in the odd case, if he did, I just wanted to thank him for all the great coverage he's done for well over a year or two now. Absolutely great with his coverage. Shout out to him. Shout out to the 3-2 Warriors Academy. Always appreciate the communities that cover these particular ones. All right. I'm going to kick it back into the comments just for a brief bit. JG states, Max, can you check out the Hello chart on CMC? They're creating a show called Killer Whales with Altcoin Daily. Yeah, I could do that. As long as it pops up. Hold on a second. Hello. All right. I believe this is it. Let me know if it's not. This has to be it. Let me go ahead and follow this. It's ranked 639. All right. Let me share this in a way that you can see it. All right. Just to double check. We got the right one. Just state in the comments if this is the right one. I believe it is. We'll give you a chance to respond. And if anything, while I'm waiting for you to respond, let's take a look at what we see on the surface, guys. So on this particular one, it is pumping up 61%, sitting at 0.04 cents and some change. Currently ranked 639th. It is a Binance Smart Chain contract. They have a Cypherium audit. They have a verified market cap of 21,618,000. They have a total supply of just 1 billion coins or tokens, I should say. There's a circulating supply of 532 million. So not that much in the circulating supply. I'm just going to double check the comments just to verify that this is the one we're looking for. Lionel Richie. All right. Yeah, that's the one. Seems like a low market cap gem. All right. Yeah, we could definitely take a look more into this for a brief moment. All right. What markets can you get them on? You get on PancakeSwap, XC, kind of like literally the same thing as. That's kind of crazy. We were just looking at ASS, and literally it's the same amount of the exact same exchanges that those are on. Go figure. All right, so it's up 100 and close to 103% in volume. Let's see what this is all about real quick. So it says hello, and it states crypto and entertainment. Oh, well, we're crypto news and entertainment too. Killer whales, television. Say hello to game-changing entertainment. Hello Labs is the future of crypto entertainment creating TV shows. Hold on, let me accept that. Entertainment creating TV shows, games, NFTs, and so much more. The ecosystem is built on the Hello token, allowing exclusive access to watch our shows, playing our games, and our own NFTs. So if anything, that's utility in itself. If you happen to have the Hello token to do that. Killer Whales Synchro crypto pitches. Interesting. Killer Whales exclusive to Hello TV is Synchro for our crypto entrepreneurs as they pitch their groundbreaking Web3 ideas to our killer whales. All right, so that was one of the emphasis that you mentioned in the comments. Let's take a look at that real quick. All right, hold on a second. Let me.
Crypto has well and truly arrived.
Let's listen to this.
Now it's going to transform entertainment. Join the Web3 revolution. This is Killer Whales. The definition of money has changed.
Okay.
Crypto has well and truly arrived. Now it's going to transform.
All right, let me go further down. It says Killer Whales features entrepreneurs from around the world pitching their crypto and NFT projects to a panel of 5 industry experts, kind of like, I guess, Shark Tank. All right, so is this like tokenizing a different version of Shark Tank? That's the quick gist I got so far. Let's get more into this. So it states, in the hope of receiving the mentorship needed to take them to the next level and help them navigate through the pitfalls that have consumed so many of the have gone. Oh gosh, I lost my place. Excuse me. Reading so much today that I'm going crazy. Anyway, that have consumed so many to have gone before. Shot in Los Angeles, the show will feature Hollywood quality production values, celebrity judges, and a slice of drama to entertain a global audience. Maybe that's why it's pumping like crazy. Some people are learning about this. This is a sink or swim. Our killer whale judges are the gods of the Web3 world, representing the best in their field. They are here to ask the hard-hitting questions so you don't have to, focusing on transparency, accountability, and integrity to find the next wave of Web3 powerhouse projects. Sink or swim. Get your killer project on the show. Has your project got what it takes to face the killer whales? Are you sitting in the next huge Web3 or NFT project and ready to take on our industry experts? Confident you could go toe-to-toe with our killer whale judges and live to tell the tale? And we need you on the show. Apply now to drop your sink or swim pitch to the world. That's amazing. They basically tokenized a TV show. That stands out. So that's bullish in itself. You know what? That's original. Anything that's unique and original could do very well. Obviously, this thing is doing well. It's pumped up already. That already has me interested. I will definitely have to take more of a deeper dive into this. Thanks for introducing this. See, this is what I'm talking about. When our community has some real standout ones that are worth looking into, this is a perfect example of just that. So I want to thank JG for this. Thanks for being here tonight. Not part of our scheduled content, but that's okay. And yeah, we'll take more of a deeper look into it. Thanks again, JG. All right, I'll read a few more comments. We'll kick it back into the main news that we have. I will get my epic Chinese food tomorrow. They're going to close in 6 minutes. That's okay. The show must go on. Power to the people. Power to the CTN family. Anyway. All right. So Cash Cat states, can't go wrong with XRP or XLM. Yeah. I mean, even if a person didn't do their proper research, let's be honest. you really can't go wrong with that. I guess the only way a person could go wrong with that is if they did what some people have been stating in the comments in the recorded section, which is, these aren't doing anything. Or this one guy stated, I've been into XRP since 2018 and I give up. It's not doing anything. Oh God, you held that long? You're almost at the finish line. I even told them you're almost at the finish line and now you're getting out. Oh God. I mean, there's one thing about a person buying the top of the mountain like Bitcoin, 69K, and then getting wrecked immediately after like a few months, right? And there's another thing about having somebody come into XRP or XLM and have been holding this long, and they're literally about to see these things take off with ISO 222 mandate and so on, right? And then they just give up and walk away from it. God. This is why we put so much emphasis on doing your own research or following the real news, the community-driven news, because the community will keep you up to date. You know, all I'm thinking is these people give up because they just see what's on the surface, or they just see like, you know, mainstream media outlets. You know, they focus on like, okay, I don't know, this particular outlet reports on, you know, the short-term gains and so on, not understanding the bigger picture, and especially not understanding that, you know, we never had a utility run before in crypto. And they're basing it just strictly on like past performance of like the big players, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on. So anyway, all right. JG states, yeah, that one's it. Okay, yes, it does seem like it's a low market cap gem. Let me just double check this. I have it saved. I'm gonna also write it down on my particular list. This definitely, I'm just gonna be honest, this one goes to the top of that list. I have a big list. I still plan on doing WTK. Don't worry about that one. But my research notes, I have added this to Film Crib and a few others. Obviously, I got to do Morpheus Network, but this Hello one really impressed me. I mean, even if I was a person not into crypto, let's be honest, guys. If you weren't into crypto and you just got introduced this particular project, wouldn't you be interested? That's what I'm talking about. You would be interested. Because if anything, you would say, that looks cool. I want to learn about that. At least that's the way I look at it. I mean, that's the way a lot of people look at it. All right. Saw those tokens on CoinGecko. Doesn't give me market cap. Okay. Rand's in the house. Welcome back, Rand. He went other world where people don't even know crypto and was freaking out or something like that. I asked them, what are you guys... they said, what is crypto? Huh. Well, welcome, Rand. Glad to have you here tonight. This is a true story. I believe it is. Tim Shea, hey, Rand, MMAI is helping a tribe in Nigeria with crypto. They are limited on how much cash they can withdraw from the banks each week. The other large tribe asked information too. All right. No, it's okay. They're close. I mean, here's the thing about that place. They're very strict. So if I don't place an order by like, I think like right now it's 8:58. If I didn't place an order by 8:30 my time, I'm kind of SOL, but it's okay. As you guys know, for the most part, unless something happens with Larry in which he needs me to cover the weekend, I'll probably just go get it tomorrow. It's no big deal. I'll just have to, I don't know. Maybe I'll hit up what's that guy's name? Anyway. I forgot the name. Oh, Lalo's. Yeah. Lalo's taco stand. Got some bomb tacos anyway. Shouldn't be eating that stuff all the time, but I do make my own Chinese food. Just sometimes I get tired of cooking all the time. JG states, I'm glad you all find it interesting. It caught my attention. I cook all sorts of different dishes. Yeah, you're very welcome, JG. No problem. Glad to do it. Glad that you shared it. All right, let me go further into, excuse me. Sammy from Alabama is back. Let's go, Jasmine and H-Bar and XLM going up to the moon. Yes, and thanks for joining us again, Sammy from Alabama. All right, Rand, take it easy. Thanks for stopping in. Think about XRP, look at the market cap and rank, even dealing with SEC. Just wait until the case is so. Exactly. I'm glad, somebody else sees it that way too, because you know what? There's something to be said about how it's still currently ranked 6th overall with all the bad things that's happened to it. That's amazing in itself. Can you imagine when they get some great things happening here soon? All right, Big Watch Dude says, hey, Tim, did you get that story about the Nigerian protest due to them getting rid of a fiat that was being used by the citizens? I did hear about something like that myself. I know it's pointing towards Tim, but I did see something about that myself. Yeah. Hold on real quick. Brian Dowie, all the NDAs with Wall Street is what makes me think it will moonshot. XRP will be massive, yes. All right, let's get back into some more of our news coverage tonight because we need to basically do that. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe it might be a long show, it might not be. I'll try to balance it out as much as I can. Let's see where we're at with this. So we have some XLM news. And if anything, I think this has been, 3 or 4 days straight of XLM news. Kind of crazy, right? So here you go. And shout out to this particular person, Sir John LSP. It says the Ukraine CBD project, Hervnia. Shout out to Larry, I guess, who originally covered this, if I'm not mistaken. Coming quicker than originally planned, right? It says January 2021, the department chose Stellar Development Foundation, SDF, as a partner, right? And on top of that, it states a little bit what you see right here. We're going to jump right into this. And here's this particular one. And I, of course, covered this whole thing about the Stellar New Aid Initiative and, how Stellar is basically helping the people of Ukraine. But look at this right here. Ukraine speeds up digital hernia project plans pilot for this year. This was originally posted 3 days ago, so it's still pretty fresh. Ukrainian authorities are speeding up the development of the electronic hernia, a high-ranking government official indicated. The executive power in Kyiv is now in talks with the central bank and businesses involved in the project to pilot a digital currency as early as this year. And again, by the way, remember what we said before? You got to keep in mind that this whole thing of crypto adoption was really, really big. You had Ukraine, who at one point had a 12% adoption rate, where the rest of the world was like 4 or 5% at the time. I'm talking about, of course, before the whole Russia-Ukraine war. And if anything, since the war, last reports I saw were it was up as high as 20%, might be even higher, right? So there's a lot of supply and demand for crypto there because, if anything, fiat just doesn't get the job done, especially in a war zone. It says, Minister says Ukraine aims to launch digital hernia sooner than planned. This is a particular update in regards to what we reported. I think it was originally maybe a month or two ago. It says Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation wants to step up efforts to finalize the development of the nation's electronic hernia, which is called the e-hernia. Its head, Mikhailo Fedorov, revealed in an interview the initial plan was to start the pilot phase in 2024, but the government now wants to do that this year, right? Because maybe they feel as though there could be something to be said about maybe post-Ukraine, or whatever the case be. I'm not going to state like who's going to win the war or anything, but it's nice to see something being put in place, and of course the connection to Stellar. So it says the first blockchain transactions with the digital hernia have already been conducted. Fedorov told the business news portal RBC Ukraine, quote, it's developing. I was recently presented with an electronic hernia based on the Stellar product. So again, for people who want to say, well, just get to the connection, Max. I want the proof. Otherwise, I'm going to FUD the heck out of it. All right, well, boom, there you go, FUDders. Anyway, not you guys, but anyway, the minister said, in January 2021, the department chose the Stellar Development Foundation as a partner in the development of, I read so much sometimes that words are is becoming oblivious to my eyes. I know it sounds crazy. The Stellar Development Foundation as a partner in the building of the country's virtual assets ecosystem, including infrastructure for the Ukrainian Central Bank Digital Currency CBDC. The National Bank of Ukraine, which is NBU, presented draft a hernia concept to members of the crypto industry banks and other institutions in November 2022. In January this year, Tascom Bank carried out tests with the currency on the Stellar network. That's big in itself. Now listen to this. We're always talking about this whole thing about CBDCs. I mean, we cover it a lot, right? A lot of you guys follow everything when it comes to this, Obviously, Quant with the whole thing with, the Digital Pound Foundation, what they got going with the UK, what they got even heck going on with the US, what they got going on obviously with LAC chain, right? Latin America. CBDCs are a hot topic, especially for 2023. And let's face it, going on to future years. The plan to introduce the CBDC is included in the central bank strategy for 2025. Fedorov also serves as Ukraine's deputy prime minister. Didn't know that. Said he had written a letter to the NBU in which which he insisted it's necessary to speed up the development of the electronic hryvnia. As prescribed by the current Ukrainian legislation, the NBU should launch the digital hryvnia pilot in 2024. The digital minister reminded, but we want to start this year, not postpone to the next. Emphasized Fedorov, who is also a crypto proponent. Key consistent thing here: Ukrainian people, for the most part, or the ones that understand this, right, are always big proponents of crypto. Again, like I mentioned originally, compare their population even to ours. Yeah, we have, 350 million people in the United States, give or take. I have to double check the census report. Obviously, a lot more people live here than the likes of Ukraine, but there's something to be said about, crypto adoption per capita, if you will. Right. So it says, despite the ongoing conflict with Russia, Fedorov recently confirmed Kyiv's very ambitious plan to make Ukraine the most digitalized country in the next 2 years. They even have plans for the future post-war. Will the war go on many years? Yeah, I know people say that. So I'm not trying to get in a big debate over the war. But it's nice to see that you have people here that recognize the potential of cryptocurrency, and particularly what? The stellar connection, right? So it says digitalization is going to be the foundation for rebuilding. We're doing these reforms during the war. Fedorov told reporters at the silence of the World Economic Forum in Davos last month, also promising that the Eastern European nation will become the best crypto jurisdiction in the world. That's pretty bold, and it sounds really nice. If anything, it's like trying to boost the morale and so on, trying to sound gung-ho. And of course, there's some questions that were asked, right? Even to you guys that are here tonight, not just on this article. It says, do you think Ukraine will be able to launch the digital hryvnia this year? Tell us in the comments. Well, how about this? You tell us in our particular comments. Let us know what you think about this. But either way, it's nice to see that the Stellar Foundation is connected with this and so on, because any news in regards to Stellar, the way I look at it, is worth sharing. All right, let's kick it back into the comments. Thanks for being here tonight. If you haven't smashed that like button, or if I'm muted for whatever reason and you can't hear me because you decided, you know what, I'm tired of this Maximus guy. He's a bunch of malarkey. I'm going to FUD him to death. Well, whatever the case be, you should be able to read this. And that is this right here. Boom shakalaka. Smash the like button. It definitely helps trigger the algorithm, and it doesn't cost you anything other than you just smash the like button. All right. So, let me go back into the comments. We have Ricky Tiffy, who says, LOL, Lord for reserving is kicking in, man. No, I know you're probably like, why do you always do that? I don't know. But thanks for mentioning that, Ricky. And Stump Riders in the house states, hey, CTM family, I'm listening late. It's okay. Thanks for even joining us. And let me see. Don't forget about Quant. I didn't forget about Quant. We covered it at the beginning or towards the beginning of the show. All right. Yes, Cutie Boy up 45%. Do you think it will continue? Just a dip. And let's see here. Brian Dowie states, anyone else believe it's possible XRP backed by gold, XLM silver, XDC copper? Yes. But I do understand. So just real quick, let's talk about this for a second, okay? I do understand some people, agreeing with the whole thing of XRP gold. And I understand people stating, well, why XLM silver? But the consistent thing that gets brought up, especially on Reddit, is this whole thing of XDC copper. And the reason for it is because, people stated, there's one thing about the trade sector, but why XDC copper when you know about the whole thing with contact gold? And I understand where they're coming from with that particular statement. And then, of course, the other part of the argument was it's more common to be able to trade copper than it is some of these other ones. But it's a back and forth conversation. You're more than welcome to go on Reddit and check out the many different posts about it and so on. But it's a good debate. I am fully on board with XRP being backed by gold. I'm partially on board with the silver statement for XLM, not 100%. But the whole thing with XDC copper, I'm kind of 50-50 on that one. I'm not quite there completely. And yeah, that's my thing. It's just basically it's like, why can't you throw them into the particular gold statement, especially with, literally trading gold bullion, right? You're getting a utility-based NFT to show that you own a full gold bullion. You know what I mean? So it's beyond just I mean, you're having something that signifies you own the physical asset, and here's the digital form of it in an NFT. I mean, I don't know. It's a long debate, but that's my stance. All right, not sure, bro. I have a small bag for itch and giggles. Yes. All right. No, you know my rule: 25 to 250 to 2500. Oh, that's a pretty good rule. All right. Stop Rider Max, I am late to the stream. Are you aware of? Yes, we definitely. It's okay. So that was the first announcement of the day. Stuff like that. That's big news that needs to be mentioned. So that we went ahead and started off with that. I think I did about maybe 10 to 15 minute segment right at the beginning. So I went over that. I may take a deeper dive into it. But yeah, we definitely covered that. All right. I'm gonna go further down. I think there's some other people I see in here that I want to welcome. And let's see here. I do agree with this statement, whether it's a meme coin or any type of utility, just any type of crypto. If your project deletes 2 zeros, that's a massive one. And in some cases, even 1 zero is a big one, depending on how much you put into it. So I would totally agree with that. All right. Dwayne Marshall's in the house. He says XDC is involved with gold as well. Not sure how that works. Yeah, we were basically just talking about that, like especially with the whole thing of contact gold. Big Watch 2 states, hey Max, do we have a March implementation date for the ISOs yet? Yeah, I mean it's the ones that obviously stand out is March 20th and so on, but you're talking about specifically with the coins and tokens. Give me a little bit more clarification, but my thing is XRP and XLM are part of that mix first. And then as far as ones that are like CBDC related, you have to throw Quant into that mix. And that's of course where people have that particular debate of, well, Quant doesn't come until like June and so on. It's true. But my thing is, it definitely still needs to be part of that particular mix because here's the thing. I don't know if it's Daniel Gate mentioned this, but somebody mentioned the whole thing of implementation, then the utility being utilized. Okay, that's one thing. But I also understand Quant's overledger. So if Quant's overledger is part of the operating system that gets this all, part of that infrastructure, if you will, then technically speaking, that's already been utilized because you already took on that particular contract. You already done the particular deals and so on. Will it move as massive as XRP and XLM? I don't know. I'm not going to state that because maybe not. But if anything, the clear winners to start things off would be XRP and XLM because of all of the massive amount of money that's going to be flowing in, not just the bank to bank, which is huge in itself, but also the whole thing of the peer-to-peer retail side. So I think if anything, that's why there's so much emphasis on those big two. But at the same time, how about this? You do have to throw in XDC in the particular mix because there's something to be said about the trade sector. Combine that with maybe some possible doom and gloom or possible black swan events. I don't want to root for that. But I think if anything, it would create a tremendous amount of supply and demand for XDC because of what they do bring to the trade sector. If you have, and I'm not rooting for this, nobody is, if you have a dollar collapse, and one of the main reasons for the dollar collapse is all this debt that's being built up decade after decade after decade since 1971. And XDC, for instance, part of that trade sector, but think about it, kind of like what you were just saying, Dwayne Marshall, XDC is involved with gold. Well, if our particular money, right, the US dollar used to be backed by gold, XDC, I guess you could say, is the answer to that, technically speaking. If we're all about supply and demand, I mean, think about it, this is basic, just, connecting the dots, if you will, as I would say. There's something to be said about XDC, and that's why I feel as though, and I've said it many times, even on the last recorded video, the R3 connection, right? That whole, I always say that the R3, the XDC R3 Corda bridge is massive. Why is it so massive? Well, of course, we covered that many times, but the main key thing is, like the thumbnail mentioned, 90% of the banks use R3. So if every type of thing that happens in the world was macroeconomic and so on is a direct reaction to certain things that are going on in the world, if XDC has a backing of gold or whatever the case be, or tied into gold bullion and so on, to me that strengthens the asset because of supply and demand. To me, that's just basic macroeconomics, basically. It's kind of like again, connecting the dots. I don't know, maybe other people feel differently about that, but that's just the way I feel about it. And as the saying goes, it's kind of like XRP as we speak. It's like people look at this low price and they say it's not doing much, right? Again, the on-demand liquidity hasn't been fully utilized. Their utility hasn't been fully utilized. Their distributed ledger technologies have not been fully utilized. Same applies to XLM. Same applies to all these. So there's something to be said about that. And I think that's why we put so much emphasis on these particular, we call it, time frames, if you will. Not necessarily just March 20th. I mean, that's a good point of reference. But, it's recognizing what is literally coming here soon. Of course, some people say, well, some of this stuff has been delayed, but not all of it. Not all of it. And there's going to be some things basically utilized here soon. And that's, of course, what gets everybody excited. All right. How's that go? Boom, boom, chakalaka. Yeah, especially if Chaka is in the house, Mr. Chaka Crypto. All right, Calvin's in the house. He says, appreciate you guys, including Caroline. This crypto stuff is getting fun again. Have a great night. You're welcome, Calvin. Have a great night. All right, Max, I appreciate your deep dives and overall content. Keep not up. Well, I think you might keep it up. Yeah, you're very welcome, Stump Rider. Thank you very much for recognizing that. I do try. A lot of times I do enjoy it, especially like if it's something I feel like, man, I did a lot of research, I have something to back it up. And since I posted that so far, I have to double check on Twitter, but it's been absolute crickets from the fudders. So like, for instance, a while back, there was this one particular fudder. I'm not going to mention his name because, I at least have that much respect. They might not have respect towards me, but at least I have that much respect. It was regards to Quant. He was fudding the crap out of Quant. He came up with some particular statements to back some things up, and it's been absolute crickets for that particular guy with Quant ever since. And it's been crickets all day for about 2 or 3 fudders in regards to Jasmine all day. Anyway. All right, Cool Cat states XRP, XLM, XDC will all be backed by gold. Okay, cool. Stump Rider, LOL, keep it up. Thank you very much. I did read something that was not meant for me. Max's deep dive in the low-hanging fruit is priceless. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm good. I mean, I live in Phoenix. Last I checked, I'm not exactly living in San Francisco, but if I ever move there and I happen to see some low-hanging fruit, yeah, you'll definitely find out. All right. Jose Moose Keys, who has, I'm just kind of learning his sense of humor lately. Shout out to him. Sorry I'm late. Was in the back filing ish down. All right, that's all right. Hopefully, you got another nice looking dagger made from a drill bit. He does some unique things with forging. All that copper and silver talk is just someone pulling stuff out of their butt. Okay. Jose states was filing a drill bit with a file. Yeah, I was figuring you would. All right, that's just how I do. What's up, Tim? Everybody else? All right. BSV back with just messing around. Cool Cat. Okay. Cool Cat, did you see Max did another BSV video? I don't know if you ever saw it, but it's okay. BSV is backed by data sovereignty. I think it's what you're trying to type. Jose states, I want Quant some more. I mean, I want some more Quant. Okay. Quant equals Palladium. All right. You'll look at it. Okay, cool. All right, some more questions. Yeah, thanks for that, Cool Cat. I mean, you can if you want. It's no big deal. Big Watch Dude. So do you think Quant will be the first one to move? I think it would definitely be part of the three. That's just me. People could agree with me or not. That's okay. Jose states he's going to start arming people for some Quant. It's like a drug I needed in my veins. Give me more. That's funny. All right. Cool Cat states BSV will allow everyone to take ownership of the data again. Well, you know what? If anything, then I'm glad that we did kind of at least put out at least one video, because I mean, I've been covering a lot of Jasmine, and that is one of the key things with Jasmine is data democratization, just like you mentioned, will allow everybody, especially the Japanese citizens, to take ownership of the data again. So I guess they have that type of connection, if you will, unofficially speaking. So that's interesting in itself. Brian Dowie says, Crypto Hulk said all exchanges will be gone within 60 days. Oh, jeez. That's crazy. That's the case. We all need to move stuff around. That would suck so bad. Yeah, that'd be like the man, that'd be more than, Nagasaki and Hiroshima. That would be like multiple hydrogen bombs, Black Swan events going on. Crypto nuclear holocaust, pretty much. All right. I'll read a few more. I'm going to kick it back into the news here in a bit. I'll read this real quick. Stick, I'm holding a twig to my jacket. Okay. Wow. You know what? Sorry it took a while to get to your particular super chat. Well, only 4-minute delay. And that is from IMDPP. Thanks again for the $50 or the super chat. $50 super chat. Wow. Thank you very much. He states, Forest DAXM Inc. acquired North American Derivatives Exchange Inc., Chicago, Illinois, and a small exchange Inc., Chicago, Illinois, December 1st, 21. Bag Crow. Wow. I have Bag Crow. I have DCA'd into it multiple times. So that's interesting. You guys know anything about this? And by the way, I am DPP. Thank you so much, man. I mean, really, for the multiple super chats and so on. Our goal is to basically have people not just like yourself here on a daily basis and so on, not just because of super chats and so on, but if anything, we hope to impress upon you of the particular coverage that we bring to the table. One thing that we do talk about a lot here, if you haven't noticed already, is we talk about some of these ISL coins and tokens. Once they're part of the QFS, the Quant financial system, and so on. We do talk about memes and stuff like that. Just anything basically with opportunity. But man, I can't thank you enough. You've been really doing it big, and I just want you to know, don't think it's not appreciated. It's more than appreciated. So, guys, if you are not aware of IMDPP, discipline, priorities, and purpose, which is a good saying, please welcome hopefully what's going to be a regular new member of our community. All right. Brian Dowie states, definitely think it goes to Wall Street at some point. I also think Coinbase makes it. Yeah, Coinbase has been around for so long. I think Coinbase would be tough too. All right. Let me go further down. And let's see here. I might read this. I don't think Coinbase is going anywhere. The rest might, though. BlackRock is now giving to Coinbase on the nightly. Yeah, good point. All right. I'm going to highlight this particular one, and I'm going to kick it back into the news. We're about 2 hours and 9 minutes into the show. We will have extended coverage. I could always get something later, and it's no big deal. All right. So the last one we covered was XLM. I'm glad to do that. Let's kick it into XDC, since we were just talking about it. So it was perfect timing. If you're waiting for the XDC news, I want to go ahead and share this. And I'm going to share it in a way that you can see a little bit better. And shout out to this particular lady. Hold on a second. Man, I got to share that again. Shout out to this particular lady who is referred to as my pronouns are XRP/XDC. You know where she's basically referring to, right? She's a financial freedom type person. States that she's she is a regular guy from Canada. Loves to trigger liberals and cancel culture. Fair enough. Been permanently banned 3 times. Yikes. Well, with the new Twitter model, I guess this person is going to be able to be more than fun. All right. So this person who, you have a picture of this particular lady, is not a lady. It's a guy. But anyway, says someone believes XDC is as valuable as gold. Perfect timing. We were just talking about this in the comments, right? So very cool. It says, in line with this strategy, Kinesis will first list the XDC and XRC20 tokens on the Kinesis exchange, providing XDC holders the ability to trade against precious metals tokens, KAU and KEG, which are fully allocated physical gold and silver backed tokens. Notice no mention, of course, about copper, which hold real world utility for saving or spending as global currency. These are 2 separate phases which will develop the partnership. On top of that, the first aims towards the enablement of minting Kinesis gold and silver backed digital. And that's important in itself. I mean, of course, I don't have like a follow-up in regards to a reference, but I have seen a little bit in regards to this particular topic. And if anything, I did see that this was shared today, and I thought I'd bring it to you guys because it was perfect timing with what you guys were mentioning and so on. But on top of that, I said to myself, this is something that gets brought up quite a bit in regards to, what's physically, allocated to gold, what's backed by, silver, what's backed by both of these and so on, right? It gets brought up all the time. So glad to share that. On top of that, we're going to get into the LCX news. And if anything, we have shared this in the recorded section. We talked about this on the live. It was big news in regards to this whole thing with LCX with the URT7 tokenized bond, first of its kind, right? Really, really makes LCX shine. And let's face it, LCX has already been shining big time as of lately. So, combine this with the whole thing that happened recently. I literally broke it as it happened. Monty Metzger met with what's his name, Anthony Martin of Polygon. Big news that happened recently in regards to that huge Polygon partnership. There was the whole news of LCX listing Floki, whether people were fans of it or not, in response to Elon Musk's tweets about Floki being the new CEO of Twitter. The Floki listing on LCX. How about this, guys? Did you know that Max Maher even did a short, I believe, saying that why isn't more people talking about LCX? So that's cool to get a little bit more of the mainstream, influencers / content creators like him mentioning LCX. But anyway, let's get into this. So it says LCX is going to be the #1 in Europe very soon. There's no competition in terms of regulation right now, at least for them, because of where they're at in Liechtenstein. LCX is already fully regulated and ready to go. It's a no-brainer. Now listen to this. Here's some of the particular mentions that we had to pay attention to. So you can earn 7% on your euro. I know most of us here in the United States, but just hear this out. Authorized bond offering by LCX, verified account, minimum invest of 1,000 euros, limited to max of 10,000 users. Interesting in itself. Limited to 10 million euros, limited to residents of the European Economic Area, launches on the 1st of March. The reason for mentioning any of this is it's its own separate thing, right? Like we were talking about that whole thing of I forgot who shared it earlier, and I'm sorry. That whole thing with Hello, right? Anything that's unique, we want to pay attention to this. This is a unique thing that LCX is bringing in regards to this. Let's face it, recent big news of your T7 tokenized bond earns 7% on your euro. Now, I get it. Some people will say, oh, great, this is just going to get attacked by the SEC and so on. But keep in mind where their position is so on. Not the whole darn world is, everything's focused on what the United States is doing and so on. Like there's a whole bunch of other countries and so on out there and whatnot. But anyway, glad to give you this particular update because we did talk about it recently in regards to your T7 with LCX. We're going to kick into some more news before we kick it back into the comments. So don't get it twisted, all right? So this is Hedera's HBAR. There is an update in regards to this. Larry did take some heat about some particular news or something like that. Like some people are like, oh, this was reported a while ago. This is not the same thing. This is a new particular update in regards to the governing council with Hedera. So it's a big difference. It states HBARians. A big update on the ecosystem. Deltec is now part of the Hedera Governing Council. Details are inside. Again, this was posted basically today, right? So we're going to get into this. And here's the particular outline. And maybe I can blow this up a little bit bigger. It states specifically, Dell plans to gain experience by rising the Hedera tech. How? By running its own Hedera node, developing apps on the network, which all sounds great, mostly for highly decentralized and mission-critical environments like edge computing, sharing its results with the world for collective learning. On top of that, do you know that Hedera's Governing Council has 39 highly diversified organizations? Well, let's face it, I think there's one guy who probably knows this, and that's, shout out to Cool Cat Crypto. But if you didn't know, they govern the Hedera network. And to be basically sustainable, enterprise-grade public ledger for the decentralized economy. How will Dell Tech help Hedera further? Well, we're going to get into that. So Dell is one of the essential infrastructure providers. It wants to explore the Hedera distributed ledger technology that they have to further strengthen its ability to help just that, customers. And why not, right? I mean, at the end of the day, shouldn't there be a focus on helping customers and anything and everything? Yeah, no kidding. On their digital transformation journey, for example, from Web 2 to Web 3 and distributed ledger technologies, DLTs have become an optimal choice for, multiple reasons, right? But what about specifically with Hedera? It says data collection for large-scale edge data generators, also with secure and provisioned DLTs. Customers can build cost-effective apps across IT environments and offer scalable data persistence, control, and process automation. And oh, by the way, they have a very awesome partnership, not with just Dell, right, who's part of this particular IT sector of the world, or computers and so on, right? How about IBM, right? Big, powerful partnership. So as we get further into this, you see this right here. It says, here's what the ICT optimist, who happens to be this guy right here, John Rose, who's global CTO of Dell Technologies, says in regards to this. So here's the particular quote. He states, our customers rely on us for securities and infrastructure, also to help them achieve process optimization, hit new business models, or meet their ESG standards. Pretty powerful statement. Dell's active inclusion into the HGC aligns well with its other initiatives. Listen to this, like the Alvarium, a data confidence fabric capable of measuring data trust. Remember what we mentioned earlier, right? Again, shout out to Cool Cat Crypto. A lot of shout outs to them today. He's talking about BSV and the whole thing with data. And then we made that particular connection of, understanding the significance of data, like for instance, data democratization of Jasmine and so on. But the consistent thing that you're seeing here, here's a third perfect example of the importance of data. There's something to be said about data. I love the particular analogy. And I wish I could give credit to this particular person who came up with it earlier today in a post. And that was this whole concept of you got to look at data as being like digital oil. We obviously just talked about the whole thing with, XRP, digital gold, XLM. Some people say digital silver and so on, right? But what about digital oil? Is data digital oil? I'm starting to believe that. That's a great analogy. But anyway, yeah, just like it states, the Alvarium, a data confidence fabric capable of measuring data trust, was developed to ensure better data confidence from DLTs. Alvarium uses DLT as a core function to track specifically data confidence across heterogeneous and distributed edge computing ecosystems. I might be mispronouncing that, but Hedera's broad and robust ecosystem will support Alvarium's further R&D. Also, to unearth new capabilities with contract automation and ESG reporting. There's just a little bit more in regards to this, and then I swear we'll kick it back to the comments. But says from Bill Miller, a co-chair of the membership committee for HGC, says Dell is a leader in tech with an expansive footprint. Well, I don't know if they're like the number one leader, but I mean, let's face it. I mean, if you don't know who Dell is by now, whether you're a fan of them or not, I mean, they are a big name. Back in the early 2000s, I was never too big of a fan of Dell's computers because I would always truly believe that I just preferred just to build my own custom built computer and so on. But they come a long way. I mean, even nowadays, technically speaking, you can build a custom built computer from Dell. It's Dell branded computer with equipment and so on and so forth. But yeah, they are one of the leaders in the space. And it states, like Hedera, Dell has innovation and scale at its core. If anything, it's a great positive catalyst, right? You like to see these particular things. Dell's insight and decades of computing experience will bring more expertise to the council. And that should be your main takeaway. This is a very, very impressive governing council. I think a few guys already stated that. I know Cool Cat stated that in the past, like that was a real standout governing council. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm totally with you when it comes to that. They do definitely seem to stand out with their particular governing council. Now, also it states, H-Barians, right? Did you know, right? Well, I know it kind of sounds corny, but anyway, more such juicy updates, latest announcements, and a better understanding of the Hedera ecosystem. If you want that, you can join their particular mailing list and get timely news on all the above. Or if you just want to wait for old Maximus to bring it to you, I can't do that as well. But there is this particular link, and it takes you to where you can sign up for these particular updates. Glad to bring it to you. I thought that was a pretty cool update in regards to Dell and the HBAR Hedera Governing Council. Let me know what you think. Do you think that Hedera's HBAR Governing Council is the standout governing council of all of crypto? Or you feel like there, might be some other ones that stand out just as much as them? All right, let's kick it back to the comments. Thanks for joining us here tonight at Crypto Talk Now. And I'm going to read this comment. Cool Cat states, data is very valuable and big tech has been stealing it for years. Yes, very true. Ollie Luna is what I'm going to refer to you as. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. You think Quant is ahead of the market? I totally agree as well. Thanks for being here, Ollie Luna, and I want to go ahead and welcome you. Thanks for having a custom avatar. Be very easy to identify. Hope to see more of you. Jose states, your channel is one of the best of its kind. I watch it every day. One of my favorites. Thanks so much, Jose. Sorry it took me a while to understand your sense of humor, if you will. At first, I didn't know what to think of it, but now I'm kind of getting more familiar. But that's good. I mean, if anything, just like when you meet a person, they become first, I guess you could say strangers, then acquaintances, then who knows, friends or whatever it is. It's all the process of getting to know somebody. All right, Cool Cat states, that's why Silicon Valley hates Craig Wright so much. He's about to end their free data monopoly. Huh, that's a good statement. I do see another super chat came in. A little bit of a delay on that. Sorry about that. Let me get to this particular one. Thanks again for the multiple super chats and this $10 super chat. Forest DAC Markets, Inc. Malta owns Crypto.com. Singapore, Forest GFS UK Limited, London. Wow, great information that you're sharing with us. Thank you for the super chats. Once again, I am discipline, prioritize, and purpose. And I love the avatar of the books next to your name because it definitely adds up with some of the knowledge and information that you're sharing with us. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank him again. I mean, he's killing it. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to welcome back Diego. Glad to have you here back. I don't know if you're trying to say pre-market or just PRE as in that's a crypto project. I don't know, but whatever the case be, that's fine. Yeah, I guess I said that a while back. I said that, God, a while back. What was that, like 14, 16 minutes ago, something like that? All right. Because there's also a delay. Just like a 1 minute delay between what I say and what you guys see. So there's a little bit of delay on that. But anyway, Cool Cat says XDC could easily be the chosen one. Yeah, I mean, I stated that I feel as though this whole thing of sideways action and so on. I mean, some people say like, "Oh, that's bad." I don't see how that's bad. If anything, it strengthens the asset, and I know I use this term a lot, but it creates a pressure cooker effect, and I've seen it happen with quite a few different cryptos, not just Shiba Inu, but like quite a few different ones. Especially going into a real bull market, it could be massive. Think about how many particular projects you saw with 6 to 8, maybe 9 months of sideways action, but a lot of volume start coming in. And then when finally a bull market happened, you saw what? You saw new all-time highs for quite a few of those. I mean, you don't believe me. I know some of you guys believe me, but I'm just saying in general, for those who don't, look more into it. Really, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. There's numerous ones. I could probably think of a handful where that happened. All right, let me go further down. Let's see here. Oh boy, it's DPGmaximus Crypto. That's all right. I told a friend he should start a channel. Oh my goodness, that's funny. All right, Sweet Caroline and her power steering. Jeez. All right. Huh. Well, I'm glad you guys are having a good time. You guys should want to have a good time. Anyway. All right. H-bar fire. My H-bar. Cool Cat says, yep, it's on there. Dell is officially an H-bar Governing Council member. Yep. Not the same with 2-bit being down south. Oh no. Maybe I don't know if that's something. Okay. Data is even bigger than gold. Could be. Yeah, like digital oil, if you will. Which sounds, to a person from the outside of crypto, that's an oxymoron. Digital gold, that don't make no sense. Remember that one movie a few years ago? It was called, I forgot what it was called. It was a movie about it's like a World War II movie, and it was called The Good German. And the ad, I mean, there's good Germans, but it's like saying, here's another oxymoron. I think I saw it once, maybe during the time that movie came out, and they're like, the good terrorist. Like, what? That don't make no sense. All right. Read a few more, and then we'll kick it back into the news. I love CTN After Dark. I'm sure you do. With chocolate Easter bunnies, Caroline Marble would be priceless. This is good. This is good. I'm glad that you guys are. Where is Legrand? Well, he might be watching, and he might just not be commenting. That's okay. Yeah, he's probably like, the power of Christ behooves you, or I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I might into blasphemy, but you know, man. Cool Cat Crypto. Zenfin is such a quality blockchain. Yes. It's super fast. It's super secure. Banks love fast and secure. They do. I want to welcome Mr. Shagans. Good morning from Scotland. Thanks for being here. Shagans. I know everybody's got I love it when everybody welcomes Mr. Shagans immediately, because you just are like, yes, Max may try to play that, family-friendly after dark crap, but I'm going to say, sup, though, and same with Tim Shea, sup, yeah, but if you don't like it, you can take it up with Larry. That's his particular policy. Well, where do I sign the petition, Max? I want this to turn to DPGmaximus Crypto. This is a bunch of nonsense. What kind of kid is up at 11:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time watching a show about crypto anyway? Well, maybe Mike Cornwell's son. That's different. He probably hears a lot worse over at the Cornwell household anyway. Why we have to keep censoring this? This is a bunch of malarkey. I'm sick and tired of this crap. We need to take the filter off. You're all talking about how Elon Musk basically is, pro First Amendment, free speech, and here you are, you won't even allow us to give proper props to Mr. Shaggins. You won't even say his name. Mass debater comes on here. You can't even say mass. And you keep doing the pause. I'm sick of this crap. I'm unsubscribing for Crypto Talk now. You won't even jump into the freaking news. All right, I get it. All right, so yes, let's kick it back into the news. And thank you for that, Mr. Shaggins. Always good to see you, man. Let's get back into it. All right, so we talked about LCX. We talked about HBAR as well. Give you guys the news. We have some brief news in regards to Casper, and I've been more and more impressed lately with Casper. I'd probably say it's in my top 3 for ones I have to acquire at some point. Hopefully here soon before it gets too late, because I don't want to treat some of these like what happened with LCX getting away from me. So I'm going to share this with you guys right now. And here it is. This is the Casper news you're looking for. Shout out to the X Frontier. He's a guy I've been following actually as of lately. He has immigrant roots, first generation college graduate. He has his bachelor's, and he has it looks like he studies. He has a master's of education. Oh, okay, I don't have master's of education. I have master's of business administration in entrepreneurship. But anyways, he's a science teacher. So he's a teacher like myself. Cool. I'm glad I am following. So do your own research. Nothing here is financial advice. All right, cool. So what's consistent about this guy is he does have really good clips in regards to Casper news, which I thought was cool. So I saw this particular one. I was like, you know what? I'm going to share this with our community. Check it out. It says Casper Network leads in ESG compliance. All right. We're always talking about compliance here at CTN, right? So it says a Casper node operates only 4 cores, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and 500 gigabytes of disk space. I hope to God it's like on an M2 or something like that, at least something solid state, right? But surely like at least an M2. If you're in the IT, you know what I'm talking about. Nothing on old-fashioned, rotating disk. No thanks. But anyway, we're going to play this. You should recognize this particular lady. We shared her yesterday. Excuse me. She is Medha Parlikar. She's from Casper Labs. Probably not pronouncing her name right, but I apologize. But anyway, let's listen to this. It's a pretty nice little update, to say the least. So here we go.
In this day and age, being green is a huge consideration. And I'm really proud to say that Casper leads in ESG compliance. So nodes can operate with just 4 cores and 32 gigabytes of RAM and a nominal 500 gigabytes of disk space. This makes the infrastructure easy to obtain and budget for. And while this is really important for enterprises when they're using blockchain technology, it's even more important with decentralization, because we want as many users as possible to run Casper nodes on the public network. And being this easy to run and running on such a nominal footprint makes it possible. In this day and
yeah, you like what she basically mentions here, because if anything, it's it's true, right? So when I look more into it, I became more interested into the likes of Casper and so on. One of the key things that stood out for me was, if you, and I know some people lately have been mentioning Casper in the same breath as Hedera. I mean, the two are obviously different, but if anything, the key thing is recognizing what they both bring to the table. Casper also has, just as many impressive partnerships. They really stood out for me when it came to, side by side with Hedera in regards to the impressive amount of partnerships. Combine that with some of the things that she's mentioned and so on. The Casper network has been engineered for efficient uses of resources since its inception. I think I'm gonna blow this up for just a moment. So what she was showing here real quick, like that comparison. I mean, I don't think she played it. She was just commenting, but look at, for instance, Ethereum compared to Casper. It shows, this whole thing of 90% transaction per session. You know what I mean? And you compare that to like Ethereum, like it's like night and day difference. The Casper network is several orders of magnitude more energy efficient than Bitcoin and Ethereum. A lot of different blockchains can boast that, but either way, I'd like to be able to bring you guys some of her particular snippets, if you will, with some of her, featured summits that some people from the Casper community have been chopping up to bring us. It's nice to do that, because I mean, even with Casper, sometimes it gets a little bit interesting, or you gotta get creative, if you will, to bring the community driven news, because they just don't necessarily trend as much as some of the others. But anyway, was more than glad to bring that to you guys. One more I want to bring to you is some news from Lift Capital, and he's been giving us some shout outs lately, which is really cool. Do appreciate him. He has great coverage in regards to the ISOs, XRP, XLM, XDC, right? Cypherium. So here's our particular coverage in regards to Cypherium. Again, shout out to LC Lift Capital, Ted from there and so on. He says, we support Sky's vision of Cypherium becoming a global reserve currency. Sky is in the CEO of Cypherium. So if you've been waiting for the Cypherium news update, here you go. And again, shout out to Lift Capital, doing it big with the continuous coverage. Really great content creator. I follow him. I know a lot of you guys do, and so on. So again, a shout out, respect right back to him. Very nice for him to give us a shout out, and we appreciate that. We will try to, get with him and do a collab like he's mentioned. I think that'd be very, very cool. But yeah, I'm gonna blow this up, and it states, thank you for covering CPH, as in Cypherium. You are the best. Would love to see you mentioning Cypherium's vision to become a global reserve currency, meaning coin number one. USD losing power and FedNow and CBDC launch are all happening at the same time, not a coincidence. Now, we also have to keep in mind, we mentioned this numerous times, right? Especially lately, this whole thing with NDAs, right? So like, he's only allowed to mention so much and so on, but come on. I mean, the pictures are going over to, the BIS, right? Bank of International Settlements. Some of his pictures, literally like taking a picture of the sign, his particular meetups, the FedNow payment service officially recognizing their particular mainnet from Cypherium. Again, I mean, people have to understand, everybody wants, a particular company or organization to officially post something, whether straight from their Twitter or whatever, outlet it is, saying something officially like, I want to see it in writing. Okay, we get that, right? But you also got to keep in mind, again, NDAs and so on, connect the dots. And when you do, you'll come to the conclusion that there's something real solid here, something to be said about Cypherium. This is why I've made Cypherium is now part of my top 3 of ones I don't own. There's a difference between cars, what I have and what I don't. And so I'm going to blow this up. And it states, this, of course, posted by Sky from, Cypherium CEO, this one right here. It says Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell just stated that it is possible to have more than one reserve currency. That's huge. And of course, we understand why that's so huge on that particular statement, because of the Cypherium connection. Again, the whole thing with FedNow, right? And of course, yesterday, I believe we covered this whole thing with FedNow with another particular lady from the Fed. But yeah, like it says on the bottom right there, not a coincidence, right? So we get a little more further into this. Again, another quote from Sky. It says, once CBDCs are deployed on Cypherium, and again, this is not like it was super long ago, like many years ago or anything. It says, once CBDCs are deployed on Cypherium, central banks will need to own Cypherium to carry out transactions, making Cypherium the de facto global reserve currency. Sean CryptoSmith outlined this very, very well. He felt as though it's not a matter of, Ripple moving all the money, but some of these other players are, this is definitely, in my opinion, one of the other players. Not financial advice, but I could also connect the dots. Right. So and if anything, that makes CPH all that much more significant because you can understand that's where you have the coin's utility, right? That's the main thing. We're always talking about, which token, which coins have that utility. Boom, there you go. A little bit more in regards to this. It says Bitcoin can be taxed with controlling of 51% hash power, making it unsuitable for central bank reserves. And I want to state this. I did do more of my own research in regards to this. The first Cypherium video I did, which is in the recorded, might be the only one actually. But in that particular one, I outline some of these key things, right? So here's the thing, right? It says making it unsuitable for central bank reserves. There was this thing about Solana, and you guys have followed this in the past, where Solana had all this impressive stuff going on, and then when it got too big of a workload, apparently, and whatnot, the thing would go down. I like the idea, and again, you can look more into it if you done more your own research. Cypherium kind of has like a backup plan for these oh crap moments. That's a good thing. You want to have a blockchain that's going to be, online 24/7, not pulling a Solana. I remember Larry used to point that out quite a few times, that he was impressed with Solana because of that. So it says Cypherium Cypher BFT guarantees, as a Byzantine fault tolerance, guarantees instant absolute finality and interoperability with CBDC, making CPH is more suitable than Bitcoin for such purpose. And again, let's face it, the banks aren't really mentioning, hey, we're going to do all our payment structures with Bitcoin because it's outdated technology. No, I'm not talking about BSV. I'm just talking about regular Bitcoin. One last thing before we get back into the comments. Sky, CEO of Cypherium, also states the one that bridges CBDCs around the world. And look what states from Whale Shark. What crypto should become the reserve currency of the world? Maybe this becomes part of that particular mix. A lot of people, of course, feel as though it's Ripple, but could there be ones that, for instance, let's say Ripple's XRP ends up being the majority of it? The key takeaway here should be, could Cypherium be part of the particular mix? And if so, that in itself is worth something. And we've seen recent price action. Some of you guys have seen, like at least a 2 or 3x in this in regards to recent price action. At least a 2x that I know of. There's something to be said about Cypherium, and having here soon, I guess you could say, FedNow payment service, at least, possibly utilizing their particular utility. It's kind of like the saying goes. You have a showroom floor and there's this beautiful car and it just needs to be driven off the showroom floor. It's there. Somebody just needs to hop in it and take it away. Kind of look at Cypherium in that weird analogy. All right, I'm gonna kick it back in the comments. We do have more news coverage for you tonight. Before I do, I think the next topic is going to be a little bit more Cypherium, and then after that, we have some Jasmine. So thanks for being here tonight. So we still see that we have a nice turnout on this lovely Friday night. So we're approaching 2 hours and 45 minutes. I want to welcome Mary J. And good to see you, Mary J., fellow person in the Phoenix area. That's what just happened to Filecoin. It's been hovering around $5 for a while, sideways. Over the past 40 hours, it's moved up nearly 8. Yeah, we mentioned Filecoin quite a few times. I always felt as though that was a very safe swing trade, and I also felt as though it could do big things long term, and we've seen that. I'm glad you brought that up. If people want a safe bet, I said numerous times I felt Filecoin was it. Not financial advice, but they've been doing very, very well. If anything, I think they're like probably the cream of the crop when it comes to file storage, data storage as of lately. Even back in 2021, right? We saw big, huge gains. If I'm not mistaken, let me just pull that up real quick. In regards to Filecoin, because we do talk about it quite a bit. Let's see this. I'm going to share this real quick, and then we'll kick it back to more comments. So here's Filecoin. It's up 18.5% over the last 7 days. Somebody got in lucky like around 474. This is nice gains. I mean, to go from that, especially depending on how much they bought, that's not too shabby. And if you're wondering, like, what are the all-time highs for it, it was really significant. So back in April of 2021, this was as high as 170, almost 177 bucks. So, I mean, you know, short term on swing trades, it's been awesome and it's been pretty consistent. And how about this? How about the 2022 bear market, right? You know, some people, you know, still kind of feel like we are in it, you know, to each his own. But even in 2022, right, this was a great swing trade. Let's just take a brief moment to recognize that. So, you know, dating back all the way to, you know, January of 2023, I mean, you know, you saw that, you know, a lot of things tanked in value. But, I mean, look at the continuous uptrend. So, you know, you may be thinking, well, how's the swing trade? I mean, even from this point, you know, January 9th to, you know, some of the short terms, I mean, it's just not bad. I'm just talking about lots of ups and downs. But the nice thing you see here is if you want to compare it from a year ago, this is a really nice trajectory. I mean, look at that, guys. I mean, come on. Look at that. I mean, you know, guys that point out charts, they love to see things like this. They love it. You don't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. All right. So let me get back into the comments, but thank you so much for being here, Mary J. And let me go further down. Let me see. XSP2. Peter Velasquez, how do we get assets like Casper and XDC? So one of the things, especially, I mean, if you're new to crypto, that's okay. You can go to, for instance, you know, CoinGecko, you can go to CMC, and then you go to this particular area where it lists the markets. So I'll show you one in particular. So let's do Casper first. So all you do is just, you know, go over to, you know, coinmarketcap.com, for instance, you type in CSPR, which is the ticker symbol for Casper. You pull it up. By the way, guys, Casper's up 3.5%. I mean, not that big of a deal, but so, and then when you're over here, you click on, see how it says overview, you just click on markets, and then it tells you all the particular markets that's listed on. So let's say, like, you're like, well, I just want centralized exchanges. I mean, that's not really a popular thing nowadays, but let's say you did. This lists all the centralized exchanges like KuCoin. For me personally, I'm probably going to get mine off of KuCoin. Especially if all this doom and gloom happens with, you know, crypto.com and so on. I know, you know, people are saying, oh, well, it's all exchanges. Yeah, but there's something to be said about how KuCoin is more, you know, KYC friendly, if you will, right? But, like, come on, guys, we're able to buy XRP from there. We can't buy XRP from crypto.com. There's something to be said about that. But anyway, here's some of the centralized exchanges. Some of the big players that I recognize are obviously KuCoin, crypto.com, MEXC. I mean, I guess you could get from Bitmart. I want to go that route. For me personally, when I buy stuff off of Bitmart, I'm literally doing nothing but my ish tokens. I even have Leash on Bitmart. I don't really consider Leash ish, but you get what I'm saying. All right, so it's decentralized exchanges. That's not on any decentralized exchanges. So that should answer your question with Casper. Now with XDC, here you go. Here's the particular markets for XDC. Of course, KuCoin, that's where I have mine. So here's strictly from centralized. KuCoin, you know, there's all these other ones, right? I don't use these other ones, is all I'm saying. All right. And then decentralized, it's not on any decentralized exchanges, at least not being reported there. Maybe there is, and then you guys know about some, but I don't see anything right there. All right, so that's how you go about it, man. You just go type that in, and then next to overview, just click on markets, and boom, there you go. All right. Kicking it back into the comments, and then we're kicking it back into some more news here in a bit. Do you earn GBEX if you hold XDC? That's a good question. I'm not into GBEX. I mean, I know that Larry briefly covered it, but I'm sure one of you guys can answer that question. There's the answer. Big no. If you hold GBEX, you get free GBEX. I can't use Uphold in New York. Yeah, that's going to suck. Peter definitely on KuCoin. They are blocked. New York too. Well, there's other ways around it, but I'm not gonna. Maybe you could hear it from the community. I could hear it from me. All right. Can you swap ETH for BNB? Peter says. And by the way, Peter, thanks for being on. Joining us here on the show. Consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. You state you use Maxi for HBAR and XRP, but can't figure out XDC on Casper and IOTA. Huh. Okay. He states he's never used the BNB blockchain. All right. Not that hard. I mean, I have some weird rules when it comes to stuff. So, like anything Ethereum based, this was back when I was messing with meme coins and so on. So, like, I would keep a certain amount of ETH on my Coinbase wallet, right? People do like MetaMask and other ones, but this is just my own weird rule of thumb. So I keep all like my ETH related ones on Coinbase wallet, and then this is long before the whole thing of ledgers and whatnot. But anyway, so I keep it on my Coinbase wallet, and then anything Binance, right, and like BSC, Binance Smart Chain and whatnot, those particular contracts, I would keep that on Trust Wallet. I don't know, maybe people do something similar to that. That's just kind of like what I did. All right, let me go further down. Yeah, New York sucks for crypto, big time. Very, very strict. BitTrue is legit, where you get your GBEX and XSP. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Let me see. Okay, it won't let me sign up because location to use a VPN. I can't get Casper or HBAR though. Coinbase wallet, even though Coinbase has it, because they're not available in my region either. I would just go with KuCoin if that's the case. I would totally just do make a KuCoin account. The whole KYC process is like very minor. They might require you to do some basic uploads or whatever, but it's once you get used to it, it's really easy. It's a piece of cake. Don't go through all this hell that you're going through. Just make a KuCoin account for real. Or some other ones that some of these other guys can recommend and so on. I mean, I don't know if some of these other ones are on Uphold or not, but I know some of you guys like Uphold. But yeah, I did get my crypto. I was having a problem with the whole. Usually on KuCoin, what I do is just do the quick purchase, right? Where just boom, it gives you USDT immediately after the debit card purchase. But of course, there's the whole. I guess you could say ban on US based debit cards and so on. So yeah, at the time I had to buy my HBAR off crypto.com, but for the most part I still prefer KuCoin. All right, I want to welcome Cody Corey's in the house. He says, "What's up, Buttercup? What's up, Buttercup? Can't help myself." I know, I'm not gonna sing, but that's what it reminded me of. They want Cody Core and nobody else. Welcome, Cody Core. All right. Mary J says she's been kicking herself all day. Lol. File isn't new as a Filecoin. Isn't new to her portfolio, but it dipped to 450 last week. So I picked up 100 for quick profit taking. I sold all 100 and 650 last night. I'm going to do something. I don't know if I'm going to record it on a video or anything like that, but this is I guess you could say an itch that needs to be scratched. No pun intended with my infamous back scratcher. And that is, I want to go to Filecoin and consistently see on the monthly chart, because I know it's been consistent on the 2-week chart for swing trades. But what I mainly want to see is how significant the gains have been for the last year on the monthly chart. And potentially get into it after the next big pullback, if there even is one, because it's another one I've been considering about pulling the trigger on, because the way I look at it is I wouldn't mind doing like what I refer to as like a power swap. I know I keep mentioning this, but there's nothing wrong with doing that. And especially like if I can do like a nice, like if I can get in and after about like 3 weeks to a month, get out, like a nice power swap, if you will, and then swap that to like some of these other ones I feel as though are really, really going to take off, obviously with the ISOs. That might be something I'm going to do, because I've been talking about this whole thing with Filecoin for a while. It's been a nice, consistent, like you guys just saw. I mean, even over the past year, right? Even if it did that well in a bear market, can you imagine what it will do in a actual true bull run? No, you don't suck. It's part of the crypto journey. I mean, look at me. Some of the ish coins I've got into. Max is going to mention Clifford Eno. I know it. He's going to mention it. Yes, I'm going to mention Clifford Eno because it's garbage. But yeah. I mean, am I going to beat myself up and be like, oh, I suck? No. It's part of the journey. I can understand you being mad at yourself because you feel like, 450 and so on. But you know what? Just pay close attention to it, and if anything, maybe set up some kind of alert just in case, like if you're sleeping or whatever the case be, and just time it right. And then if you're totally sold on the whole thing of Filecoin and what they bring to the table, then I guess you could say be convicted of that. I mean, I know that sounds like it's financial advice, but it's not. It's just, I don't know. It's just one way of going about it. But I wouldn't do all eggs in one basket. But I mean, if you feel as though like, man, Filecoin's the way to go, you wouldn't be the only person that feels that way. I think Filecoin is very solid. But it's all about your entry point. If you had a bad entry point, kind of like me and my Polygon originally, bad entry point. What's another example? ADA, bad entry point. If I held long enough, I'll get profits, but you still have very good entry points from considering where it was in the past and where it's at now. All right. Mary J, win is a win. There will always be more opportunities. Yes, very good words of wisdom from the crypto mayor / commissioner. That's when I bought FIL. LOL. That's all right. We have been on a bull run since February 14th. We just don't know it yet. That could very well be the case. I know we joke around about that, but maybe he was lucky. Maybe he got it right when it comes to that. I've been wanting to update my bull run thesis part 6. And when I do that, I'm going to have some of the juicy details about that with actual data, not just emotions, because the way I look at it is, why should I talk about any of this if I don't have any real data? Because if I do it, then it's just a guess. I mean, that's not me, of course, bashing my brother Larry. That's just the reality. That's what I go by. I go by what I see with some solid data, and then I go from there. I don't know. I might come out with that tonight, release it tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Peter Velasquez. Holy crap, I got called out. Thanks, Max. Well, yeah. I mean, that's what we do here at CTN. I mean, that's why we have a tight-knit community and people come back and so on. I mean, we probably would make the whole Cheers theme song of "You Want to Go Where Everybody Knows Your Name," where Brian Dowie says hello to Tim Shea. You want to go where Coochie Boy is, where he types the word ASS all the same. You want to go where Mary J might know your name. I don't know. That's a weird remix, but yeah, you definitely do want to do that. So, and in the future, I have to admit, I mean, there's going to be times that, I don't know, maybe it's in the true bull run all-time highs where, and I mean, when we were starting to get kicking off on the bull run or whatever people thought it was, some people call it pump fake, where you want to call it. I mean, like we had like over 70 people here, which was nice. And it gets to the problems where not every comment can be read and so on. But you think that we're not going to remember that people are part of this journey from their, where you're. I always mention this. Shout out to Cody Core. It was the first Friday. It wasn't the first show, but I remember it was the first Friday of the week. So I started off with Larry, and maybe it was like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and we got to a Friday, and literally there was 2 people here, right? 2 freaking people here. So technically speaking, it was Cody Core and one other person. I don't even know who the other person was. Maybe it was just some random person. But in reality, it was just Cody Core. That was it. You think I'm ever going to forget that? I'm never going to forget that. I'll never, ever forget that. Shout out to you, Cody Core, for being here for the good times and the bad. And the same goes for all you guys who've been part of this journey. It's a journey. And so, Mary J, don't beat yourself up about that stuff. You will learn from your experience. I don't think there's a single person, if they're honest about this, who said, you know what? I basically caught bottom every single time. I was able to invest in every single great, solid project, and I am now a multi-millionaire. BS. All right. To a degree. There are some exceptions. Like, let's say somebody got lucky with Doge, SHIB, or something like that. And it was just, I was the only one they got in and they threw in. Okay, those are exceptions. Maybe Bitcoin. But for the most part, I think it's pretty consistent that, you know, people failed with certain ones and they learn from that and so on. And, you know, like you didn't time it well on your 450. But guess what? You're going to time it well. And there's ways you can do that. So, like, for instance, if you use KuCoin, and if you use, for instance, you know, like bots, not everybody does it, but you could put in like an overnight buy sell order. So, like, for next time around, like, let's say your goal is 450, then be convicted by that goal. Because here's the thing: there's a difference between having conviction to that goal of like, I want to be 450, right? And there's another difference of, no, I just want to obsess over it. Oh, sweet, it's back to 450. Maybe now I could chase it down to 4. Guess what? And I don't mean this, no disrespect, Mary J. I love you coming here. You know, it's great having you in the comments. But there's so many people who do this. They play this chasing game of, they keep chasing it lower, chasing it lower, chasing it lower. That's the power of the DCA, is having that particular conviction. Because that way, if you make those particular goals of, like, for instance, the 450, then boom, you're in that. Let's say you went to sleep for the night or whatever the case be. You're not going to beat yourself up over it and so on. Then that's your entry point. And then you said to yourself, all right, that worked out great. I came in at 450 while it was like 2 a.m. and I wasn't asleep or whatever the case. And cool, I got it because I put in that particular buy order. I set it up on, whether it's on KuCoin or whatever platform you're using it. And you were convicted by that. Then you say to yourself, all right, awesome. All right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set another thing for a particular buy order so I don't have to obsess over it. My next new goal is, I really feel as though this is going to pull back to 375. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if you feel enough conviction in it, you've been obsessing over it, you feel like, you saw somebody's TNA and, they had enough evidence to show that, man, this could very well happen. Powell's going to come out from the cave and it's going to tank the whole market, all these crazy things. Then if anything, you recognize, you know what, that's the next thing. And then you will see the power of the DCA. And then if anything, it's going to average out in a better way compared to you stressing yourself out over obsessing over, catching bottom on top of bottom on top of bottom on top of bottom. Now, if you're the type of person who welcomes that kind of stress, and there's some of you guys who do this, and there's at least a handful of you guys I know that do this. I'm not gonna mention your names, but I know you do this. And that's fine too if you're into that. But I don't know. I just don't want to see you beat yourself over it, because I mean, you can really, really obsess over this to the degree where it just drives you crazy. All right, Max, Bitmart has bone. They do? They have bone? I wasn't aware of that. Huh. Well, I was thinking that was one of the areas that they weren't listed on yet. Let me double check that real quick. Maybe CMC doesn't report that. I also need to get some of my liquidity pairing, cash out on or whatever, and get some of my bone rewards according to Tim Shea, because I've been doing it for, oh my God, probably 9 months now. I don't think I have it set up for a 1-year lockup. I know I had it set for a 6-month lockup. So I'm well past the 6 months. I do know that. All right, let me share this real quick. Shout out to Coochie Boy. I know that we're getting a little off topic compared to just regular news, but that's all right. So here's Bone. It's the one. Why isn't this? Oh, because I'm not logged in. Okay, that's fine. Hold on a second. Let me unshare this real quick before I can type this information in. Bear with me. Just want to make sure that this is okay. It already is added to my favorites. All right. I was wondering. I'm like, why isn't Bone on this? It's because I was logged out. So here's Bone. And let's go to this markets. I could have sworn this wasn't on Ishmart, but maybe it is. Okay, you're right. It is on Ishmart. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, there it is. All All right, let's get back into the comments. So Mary J states, hi to everyone who said hi and everyone in general. Sorry I didn't see it till now. It's okay, no problem. Coochie Boy says, yeah, Mary J, we just thought you didn't want to sing. Coochie Boy says, I said, oh, is she smelling her? Oh, boy. All right, Cody Core, Mary J, is that short for, what do you think? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that really is her name. All right, Coochie Boy, Max, do a deep dive into Bitcoin and see how many death crosses were in a bull run. I did do a deep dive into Bitcoin. I actually even uploaded the video. It's one of the videos that got like, I think that got the lowest turnout for views. I think it was like 50 views. I'm not even kidding. I put so much effort into it and gave some good analysis and provided like actual data and all that stuff. I'm not kidding. I think maybe it's got 50 or 60 views, and I put like, I don't know, like a couple hours of time into it. I was just like, oh, great. So again, part of the journey, even as a content creator, right? You have a journey. All right, Mary J says that's what I'm hoping for, a pullback. I'm hoping it overpumped and it will come back to 5-ish. It's a solid project. It really, really is a solid project. My thing is this, and this is part of my journey. Mary J, I want to state this, okay? So when I was like kind of a new investor, not brand new, but like going from the stage of like brand new to, man, I got some nice solid gains and I want to reinvest it. So I came into BTT, which is BitTorrent token, right? Which is a similar use case as Filecoin. And I did a mistake of getting into that instead of Filecoin. Well, I should say made a mistake because technically speaking, I would be wrecked right now because of the price of where Filecoin was then and where it's at now. But anyway, what I'm trying to make a point here is I looked at the price of Filecoin, or not Filecoin, BTT, and I said to myself, I could buy way more BTT. It's a lot more lower market cap. This seems to make more sense. This Filecoin is a lot more expensive, similar use case. But I kept seeing that with Filecoin, they were the quality one, if you will, of the file storage of coins/tokens. So I went that particular route, threw $4,000 into BTT, and it's basically worth about 700 now. Now, again, I have to treat BT as one of those long-term projects like Cardano. I think eventually I'll get the profits I need and so on, but for me, I'm kind of running out of patience with BTT, in which I think, if anything, by the time I get some solid profits, I will just go ahead and swap it for something different that I feel is a lot more solid and better. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad that you see that's a solid project. All right, Coochie Boy says, Max, it was Cody Core and Caroline. Yeah, it could have been. It was just Cody Core watching, and in the background, all we heard was Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. All right, Mary J, Cody Core is what, short for something? Your name. Like, I'm in love with you, Mary Jane. Like Rick James, and also weed. Mary Jane. Yours is Mary J, but maybe you're not Mary Jane. Maybe you are Mary J something and something. I don't know. I also realize it's the internet. You don't want to give out too much information. I could totally respect that. All right, Coochie Boy, Mary J, remember, we early, and there's no need to sell until 2025 at least. Good point. Maybe I should just wait for 2025 with my BTT. And also my Wink, right? I bought into Wink at that time, the Win coin. And that's supposed to be, it was a big thing for casinos. And I was like, oh man, this is huge. This is a one of its kind type of thing. And then later on, other ones start coming out that was similar. And I was like, dang it. Again, part of my own crypto journey, right? So, but I've come a long way from those early days. And I'm sure most of you guys have come a long way as well. Starlord, what did you miss? I just joined. Max talking about what? We're talking about Filecoin for the brief moment, but we're going to get more into some of the other things. Max, is this the 24-hour live show? LOL. No, but I'll state this. For whatever reason, on Friday nights, I usually go extended because I also like to respect that, you guys earned it. You gone to, you had your nice work week and you joke around about Sweet Caroline and, bomb, and, You know, hopefully you saw the video of Mr. Klaus Schwab and Eric Ginsler sitting with Sam Bankman-Fried in the top balcony, and they're all getting shot to death because they're a bunch of Nazis or whatever. And it basically shows Sam Bankman-Fried as Gensler's, and yeah. Anyway, we go joke around stuff like that, right? It's news and kickback, right? To a sense, but no, it's not gonna be 24 hours. Now it will be 24 hours for the low cost of $9,999.99 super chat. I will go 24 hours, but that's the only way. All right. Get you a long-range moon bag. Yes, this is Max after dark. Sorta. Max in his bag tonight. All right. Buy that LCX, Max. Yeah, well, let me double check the price on LCX. Yeah. Slightly up, 12.5 cents. We'll see. If we get doom and gloom, do you think I want to jump into LCX right now? Not yet. If this stuff comes true with the whole Binance thing, yeah, I'll be glad I kind of waited a little bit. All right, Mary J. No, I timed it really well on the 450. It literally dipped to 448 for 2 seconds. When I had the order set for 450, I'm upset because I sold way before it stopped pumping. So you did have an order set. Okay. I just didn't know if you're aware of, doing that. Because some people, they look at they're intimidated by it. I don't want to do that. It's never going to happen. And then they go to sleep and it happens. You know what I mean? All right. Starlord states, and welcome, Starlord. I got some BTT too. Justin's son owns that, correct? Yes. It's Tron blockchain. Hopefully that project comes back during the next bull run. And we'll see. I mean, Justin's son needs to do something. I mean, a lot of people are not exactly a big fan of him. And then combine that with the whole thing of, was it a double D stable coin or whatever? I don't know. Mary J, I thought it might be my name. The J is the beginning of a long ass Polish name. Oh, cool. It's all right. But at the same time, you got to keep in mind with some of these guys here, and there's nothing wrong with it, They're probably, smoking a doobie or something, and they're like, I'm in love with you, Mary Jane. And probably blasting, Rick James as we speak, and then the part was like, do you love, do you do, and they're like, Mary Jane. Anyway, enough about that. If I remember correctly, Klaus' father was a Nazi. I don't know about that. I have to double check about that. All right, Crypto Smith, holy ish. You are still going? Max is my hero. I'm too old to have this kind of energy. Leave now before the admin bans you. All right, just kidding. It's one of my gamer references. I know it sounds bad. But thank you, Mr. Crypto Smith. If you're still here, basically state that you're still here. I think you are still here. I do see a super chat came in. Mary J wants to F ski. Mary J F and ski something. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Crypto Smith, 3 days of in real life projects is tough to get motivated again. Yeah. Salamander, thanks so much. Salamander, for the $5 super chat. Lots of super chats tonight. So thanks to you. And also thank you to the guy that gives you lots of guidance with the lion. I have to double check on that one. But anyway, 24 hours when we become millionaires, Mr. Max. Please buy more XRP and XDC. Yeah, I could use more of both. I mean, technically speaking, since for the duration I'm holding my XRP, I'm like, dude, I'm good. Like I'm gonna be more than fine with my XRP. My XDC, on the other hand, I do need to get more of that. I'm totally convinced on that. I'm glad to give you a good laugh tonight, Mary J. But Salamander, thanks again for $5 super chat. Really appreciate it. Coochie Boy says, Max missed all the super chats. LOL. I did? Where? Oh, you're trolling me. You got to be trolling me. If I did miss super chats, that would suck. It's like, I'm never going to super chat this channel ever again. This guy don't even know what he's doing. He doesn't read it in core time. All right, Salamander, what's the news? All right. So speaking of the news, Yes, we do have one last segment for you guys. And it basically is it's a little bit more Cypherium. So if you're into Cypherium, and by the way, man, the Cypherium community has really been Jasmine and Cypherium and Quant community has really embraced me very well. Shout out to all three communities, but especially as of lately when it comes to Cypherium, man. They've been retweeting the living heck out of everything I've been doing, liking everything. I just can't think of enough. So let's get into that. Cypherium. And here we go. And if anything, I'm going to share it in a way you can see it. Here it is. And yeah, I mean, earlier it says 14 hours ago, Justin, Russia to launch digital ruble CBDC pilot in April. And then there's a response directly to Washer Guru and it says, yeah, well, don't miss the boat and buy Cypherium CPH. An ISO coin bridging CBDCs for all central banks and FedNow's service provider. It will be the new global bridge and reserve currency replacing USDC's current role. I'm not kidding. This is your lucky day to read this. 10,000x potential. Let's get into that. Look at this. You have some of these particular partnerships. Google Cloud, Microsoft, Chainlink, Amazon Web Services, IBM. And you even have U.S. payment, the FedNow, right? Pretty impressive stuff. On top of this, look at this. Future plans, CBDC, R&D, continue working with central banks and CBDC research and development. Regulated DeFi, collaborations with governments and central banks to introduce regulated DeFi. Cypherium Wallet, transform Cypherium Wallet into leading instrument for digital identity and everyday payment. Payment system, establish Cypherium as the global cross-border payment settlement system for CBDCs. Kind of similar looking logo right there to PayPal. They might need to fix that if I was them. And some of these other ones. Let's go to the next page. Yeah, we just talked about FedNow instant payment services. Look at this. Cypherium Blockchain Inc. Solutions. Cypherium Blockchain Digital Currency Interoperability Framework. They officially mention Cypherium, and they even recognize Sky Guo, who is the Cypherium CEO. You want to hear a really weird random fact? So I play Battlefield 5, and sometimes I play on overseas servers because they're just a little bit better will admin. You know what they refer to people who are hackers in Chinese? They call them Guas, G-U-A. And he's G-U-O. Anyway, you're like, what the heck, Max? This is part of your After Dark segment. Yeah, a little bit. All right. Let's jump into the Jasmine news. So as you can see right here, this comes from Jasmine US, and I'm following Jasmine US. So it states the cloud attendance management system, Akashi, and by the way, Akashi is a subsidiary of Sony. All right. So it says provided by Sony Biz Networks, like I mentioned. It says Jasmine Secure PC and VAIO, the only PC brand from Sony. Ex-Sony management, Ando and Sato. Hara Jasmine CFO, who is this particular guy, right? Over 43,000 followers. He's the CEO of Tokyo Token JP. Does work for JICPA. He does finance, auditing, accounting, you name it. Right. So he confirms business with Sony PC financial design section via AMA. And when I was squashing the FUD earlier today, I also confirmed and showed proof of the subsidiary of Akashi being really part of Sony and how there's actual solid evidence to show, or proof, I should say, about that particular partnership. All right. And on top of that, we talked about the whole thing about the Toyota connection. Again, subsidiary, right? I made the connection about, this particular one being connected to parts, automobile parts and so on. And then to put the icing on the cake, if you happen to watch the video, some of these particular partnerships, when all these FUDders are saying there's no connection, I showed a particular article where these two met up at a baseball game and they rubbed elbows together, and it's been crickets ever since. So yeah, FUDders, bring it. All right, there's a little bit here, and it just kind of shows, some of these particular ones with Sony and whatnot. Look at this. It states, it says today at 7:44 p.m. Will you cooperate with Sony? It says straight from Jasmine's Hera_Jasmine. Sony Group is a holding company. With this group, we do business with the PC section, the financial section, and the design section. And you got to keep in mind it's like a storage locker, if you will. Here's some of those particular guys from Jasmine. You have in the middle former COO and president of Sony Corp. You had the former CEO of Sony Corp on the far right, and you had the former auditor, who's that particular guy that you just saw. Pretty cool stuff. On top of that, we have this whole thing with a little bit more from Jasmine, and this is good stuff. This was posted today, so oh, you guys only post old news. No, we don't. I don't know why people say that. So it says the full procedure for how Jasmine works from IoT devices, Jasmine system, ledgers, all the way to customers such as J&A and Centrality, which contain partnerships like McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken. Remember those commercials from the 80s? I don't know if you guys remember. I remember so well. There's two distinct commercials. One from KFC. They didn't call themselves KFC back then, right? It wasn't introduced until the 90s. Are called KFC, but they'd be like, Kentucky Fried Chicken, we do chicken, right? That is so ingrained into my childhood. All right. The other one was Coca-Cola, was like, Coca-Cola Classic, can't beat the real thing. Yeah, I'm old school like that. All right. So it says made by yours truly. Let's break it down. And if anything, I'm going to blow it up instead of breaking it down because it's too small. So let me copy the image address, bring it on a different particular screen. And that might be too big, but at least we can see it. So it says image 3, SPY. It gives you a breakdown about this whole thing of data democratization with Jasmine. And I, of course, took a deep dive, but I like different visuals because if anything, how about this? Yeah, I know. I say the best for last. Look at what it says here. It says data consensus, data provided by Jasmine Services. It says consensus buys products with familiar currency like XRP. Yeah, interesting, right? Ledger protocol, middleman or exchange service provider. This way, data provided by Jasmine Services. Another direction, end user data with permission. Converts XRP to Jasmine on the Jasmine platform. And on top of that, uses IoT products. For example, smart bridges that show weather forecasts, fridges, I should say, because of the data locker that they have, the PC gaming locker. Sorry, IoT services, IoT devices, and data. Right, and it shows like, for instance, the government system, the control, create an issue, wait for the public reaction, run with the solution. Again, more of the control. And then you have, for instance, the data privacy laws. But you got to keep in mind this particular statement. It says the data protection law for public sector was integrated into the API, or APPI, I should say, and became effective on April Fool's Day 2022. The data protection law for local governments will be effective after April 1st of 2023. And that's one of the key things I want to mention to you guys, is because if you understand Jasmine and understand their main utility, I should say, you understand how significant this is because of what Jasmine brings to the table for its citizens, especially Japan, of being in control of their particular data. By having Jasmine work with the local government, whether you're a fan of big government or not, I'm not a big fan of big government, but I could understand how this utility is going to be massive here in the soon future for Jasmine. Combine that with the whole concept of we're basically near, or we have already touched bottom for Jasmine. We saw recently, was about maybe 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a month ago, 0.0029 for Jasmine. Yeah, the price is at 0.007. Some people are saying they're waiting for a pullback. Okay, I hear you, but you got to keep in mind, I mean, you can still make a nice position to Jasmine DCA. Combine all these particular factors of hitting bottom and seeing the actual utility that they bring from data democratization and how that's the main layer of utility, and combine that with other layers of utility they have, bringing fan tokens, similar to the Chili's perspective, not quite the same, but still that's a different layer of utility. Understanding that there's roughly, I think, about 4 layers of utility for Jasmine, and then the lifting of the the stable coins, right? by June. And oh, by the way, this whole thing is happening with Hong Kong with the CBDC and how that's going to bring in, this own thing, if you will, to the table for Southeast Asia and other Asian markets and so on. I think it's huge because, if anything, it gives you a broader perspective that this is a very attractive risk to reward ratio. Probably one of the top ones. I'm not saying it's going to be greater than the likes of, XRP here soon and so on, but if your goal is you want to possibly have life-changing money, maybe by summer, possibly, or maybe just later into 2023, Jasmine might very well be your meal ticket to make that happen. Not financial advice, but that's just the way I personally put it. And this gives you, again, a little bit of a breakdown about how this all comes full circle. Proxy data services, partnership with Jasmine, buying the AAP data. Again, key thing here is data, right? Understanding centrality, understanding some of these particular connections, like, come on, McDonald's, KFC, Apple, Sony, you name it, right? And then, the influence, social, says the public political laws, politicians waiting to be socially validated from the public, which is, money equals power, money and power, economic compliance with data, privacy laws, public suing companies, et cetera, et cetera. And then, from where it goes here on this particular breakdown, again, all full circle, company research, public, political agendas. But again, the key thing here is being in compliance, which they are, with data privacy laws for Japan, and Japan basically integrating some of this particular data usage. If you take a more of your own deep dive into Jasmine and how they're providing that to the local government, I think it's massive because their government is tracking all this particular data. But at the same time, when it comes to the partnership with Toyota, right? Some people say, oh, it doesn't say it right on the Toyota website. It's a partnership. Again, it's a freaking subsidiary, right? Like, even here in the United States, we can go to Chrysler Corporation. Is Chrysler Corporation going to have a great, an announcement on their main page about their particular partnership with, so-and-so? No. But it's a similar type of situation. And that is basically this. If I'm trying to find out what partnership subsidiary of Chrysler in regards to parts, I'm not going to go that route. I'm going to go to what? Mopar. Oh, I didn't think about that. I don't understand that. Yeah, because you didn't take more of your own deeper dive, fudder. That's the way you like to go about stuff. You just want to scratch the surface. That's all these guys do. They just scratch the surface. They won't take the time to do the deep dives. And then, of course, some people stated, well, Max, if anything, these fudders getting paid. Maybe some are, maybe some aren't. You know what I honestly think? I'll be honest. This is what I honestly think. And that is, when it comes to these fudders, they are basically guys who bought at the top of the mountain and they're bitter. They bought Bitcoin at 69K and they're pissed off. They bought Jasmine at close to $5 and they're pissed off because it tanked all the way. That can happen in anything. It's part of the crypto journey. You know what I mean? Anyway. All right, let me kick it back into the comments. We have over 42 people here, well into the show, which is really cool. I want to recognize another super chat, but hold on a second. I need to get down like James Brown out of town on Greyhound. Hold on a second. I will highlight this, and then I want to first, as a bookmark, because I want to recognize Sean's super sticker. Sean the Crypto Smith with the $5 super sticker. Thanks so much, Sean. That was awesome. Really appreciate it. I have to give my fellow co-hosts on the Monday show of Utility Talk Now a plug. 2 plugs. Here we go. I know Max said plug. He's no, I'm kidding. Yes, bad DGen people. Anyway, we're gonna get into it. So I'm gonna pull up his channel real quick, and I want to see this thing tick up a little bit before we end the show. That would be super cool. The Crypto Smith. All right. So what I want you to do is go over to here, type in the space Crypto Smith. So on Crypto Smith, it's one word, and you'll see this wonderful, handsome, no homo. Okay. Avatar of Sean the Crypto Smith, who's forging together wonderful crypto projects, right? Go over here and hit that subscribe. He's at 1,580 some odd ones. Let's see that go up to 1,590 right now during this particular show. Do it. Go over there. Hit the like button, subscribe, and if anything, watch this particular content and comment for you can trigger the YouTube algorithm. Do it now. But Max, I got a headache. I think I have a tumor. It's not a tumor. Go do it now. Yeah, go do it. Go over there, and then if anything, here's what he covers. I don't want to go over there. He talks about all these other things that are not ISO related. Go do it now. You will see he covers basically Cypherium, XRP, XLM, good ISO 222 utility. See, go over there. You see what I'm talking about. And on top of that, he does cover other things like make sure you go over there tomorrow. Go over to his live show, which is streaming tomorrow. It's referred to as Straight Talk. No, it's not that type of straight talk. You're not going to literally be like, yeah, I'm all macho. Welcome to, welcome to Crypto Smith Straight Talk, where we talk about straight masculine crypto. No, it's not like that. It's just, keeping it straight about, he's a straight shooter. So this was going to be tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Okay. So it's literally an hour before a particular show. And, it might bleed over during the same time as ours, and that's okay. But take a look at it. By all means, subscribe to him. He has great content. He is our fellow brother in arms of CTN. He's part of the family. Again, he's your Monday co-host for Utility Talk Now, which is a weekly show that we do, and we have a nice back and forth conversation. We talk about like some of the recent news, and I think if anything, last Monday was our second show together. It's just him and I with you guys in the audience, and I thought that was a really good show the last time. Looking forward to doing a third one this coming Monday. All right. Shout out to the Crypto Smith, and thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's go further down. Salamander is asking how you're doing. Love you too, buddy. Thanks for everything you do. Cody Core says, well, hopefully Tuesday is not too late. Why would it be too late? Let me go further down. Mary J, I usually catch the replays. Big Jasmine fan now. I appreciate your insight and research. Thank you, Max. She doesn't sound like that, people. All right, but you're very welcome, Mary J. Glad to do it. Sorry about that. It's getting a little bit later, so sometimes I become kind of a goofball. So hopefully you appreciate my weird personality. But glad to have you here, Mary J. And shout out to another person who's in the Phoenix Valley. Go Suns. Kevin Durant, you better put up or shut up when it comes to helping us get our first championship. Shout out, of course, to my other team, Portland Trailblazers. But, in reality, Phoenix Suns was my mom's team. I'm still Portland Trailblazers all the way, but Suns are my second team. But I'm a fan of both. Some people say, you can't be a fan of both. Well, I am. Sue me. Not financial advice. All right. But thank you again, Mary J. I believe XRP will be around $25 if they win the SEC case. I think I could go with that. I mean, I think the consistent one is at least 10, right? That's across the board. You even see top influencers who say the same thing. But anyway, Touche says he was bullish on Cypherium, but didn't get any until the Crypto Smith talked about it. I am glad Max covers it now too. Yeah, that's my whole thing. I'll be honest. I mean, I know that's not financial advice. Sean, if you're still here, which I think you are, I want to state this. Can we I think Tim and I agree on this. I'm looking right at you, Sean. Yes, that's right. Oh my God. He's on live stream. He's looking right at me in the camera. You better believe, bet your sweet $5 super sticker. I'm looking right at you, my friend. And that is this. with the coverage that you mentioned about ISO 222 for Cypherium, when I watched your video and you showed me proof about that whole thing of that they're compliant is listed on the site, and this was never included on the cheat sheet, that in itself, I said, oh my God, that does it. That does it for me. And then when you show me the whole thing about the Fed now, and I went there and took more of my own deeper dive, I was like, wow, this is why you and me, myself, and I, and some of the other people from the Cypherium community are making such a big deal about this. Because again, me personally, when I first started getting into making a crypto channel, when I was just MaximusCrypto, long before I joined up with Larry, if you go to the About page, the reason why I covered the likes of like Clearpool and, you know, for instance, like Zilliqa, but mainly like the Metopolis project, you know, some of these ones where they're just tight niche communities and so on. I liked covering cryptos that I felt as though had huge upside potential that flew under the radar. And then when I saw Cypherium clearly flew under the radar for ISO 222, I was like, oh boy, I have to get entry point. Now I've been wanting to get entry point, but lately I've been seeing that you know, they've been having crazy pumps. Well, not super crazy, but like, let's face it, at least I think like, was it like maybe close to 2x or more? I will get my entry point. I'll be satisfied with it. I'm not gonna beat myself up if it goes the other direction, but yeah, I'm with Tim Shea, and that is, I didn't get any until the CryptoSmith talked about it. Well, I haven't got any yet, but it's on my list. My top 3 of ones I don't have: Cypherium, Casper. I believe there was one other. I forgot what the heck it was. I'm kind of drawing a blank because I've been covering stuff all day. I'm going on almost 4 hours of everything. It's just kind of, I need to get some sustenance here soon. Anyway, but thanks again, CryptoSmith, aka Sean, who doesn't like a good. Oh, I need to say that, huh? My bad. Somebody requested me to say that. Where was it? JG. He's like, oh, Max forgot. Basically, he forgot completely because he had super chats come in and he was distracted by super chats, which I don't blame. Yes, some people don't like me saying this, but you know, the majority of guys like me to say this. All right, so how about this? Just for you, my friend. Hello and guten Tag. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now, live with Mr. L. Schwab. In today's exclusive Liechtenstein coverage, we'll talk about EUR7 tokenized bonds. Well, basically, let's be honest, Mr. Monty Metzger will take custody of all your crypto, and I will get together with Mr. R. Gensler, my little, and I will basically rug the entire community with a massive Black Swan event. You will see nuclear crypto holocaust all around the world. You think your custody of crypto is safe in the Liechtenstein exchange? No, it is not. You will watch this particular asset go to $9.99. And then I will rug the entire community because I, Mr. R. Schwab, am the master of disaster when it comes to owning all custody of the crypto assets. Little known fact, my little grandson, Mr. Sam Bakeman-Fried, used to work at the local Wiener Schnitzel. You guys made fun of him when he asked you if you wanted to have the 99-cent special Wiener Schnitzel hot dog. Well, the joke's on you. So make sure that you put all your crypto on the Liechtenstein exchange, and we will be in contact very soon. Auf Wiedersehen. All right. There you go. Little bonus coverage from the one and only Maximus. Some people would just join and were like, what the living hell is going on? But anyway, there you go. You usually watch replays. Yes, I agree with that one. Thank you very much for that. Let me see. Who doesn't like a good Liechtenstein? All right. It's kind of cracked me up in a sense. All right, Mary J states, what price point do people think XRP will dip to now? It seems like it will stop at 3.7 and not go lower. The lowest of the low I've seen for XRP, even with like a mini black swan, is like 32 cents. I just want to throw that out there. All right. Crypto Smith. Hi, Mary J. Maybe I can entice you to check out my channel. All right. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now After Dark. I'm your host, Maximus. Welcome to DGen Crypto, where we talk about all things ISO 222 related, but not taking it too serious. So anyway, let's go further down. Oh, damn. Big watch, dude. Oh, yes. We are doing a marathon tonight. I don't know about that. I mean, we have technically done a 4-hour stream before, but that's the max. I'm down for an 8-hour stream. Well, if you're down for an 8-hour stream, drop $8,000 super chat into the chat, or simply send me $8,000 of USDT or Circle to my KuCoin wallet, and we can go from there. No, I'm kidding. Life changing is great money. Yes, it could be life changing because basically I would take it and do a power swap. I'd probably wait for a pullback for Filecoin, drop the whole darn enchilada in there, watch it blast off, and then swap it basically to something else. Anyway, I'm a new subscriber to your channel. See, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you for that, Mary J. And now basically everybody's playing the song, I'm in love with you, Mary Jane. All right. Generational wealth is your grandkids' money. Yes, it is. Nice, Mary J. It's a great channel. Because, I mean, let's face it, guys. We can't take it with us, right? We can't. Not even the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. They tried to take it with them, but it didn't happen. You know, I mean, I'm a firm believer that there's an afterlife. So my thing is, what are the things that we could take with us? It's the memories that we made here with our family and so on, right? That's what we could take with us. And of course, if we had that life-changing money or wealth to make it happen, then we take even better memories with us anyway. I know it's not all about money, but if it's not all about money, then why are we talking about crypto? Anyway, bad joke. My friend who's doing pretty well, he's got a great saying. He says, money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure as the hell makes a great down payment. All right. Coochie Boys. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I didn't mean to skip too much. Nice. Mary J is a great channel. Mary J states she got in 2021 at $1.25. Yeah, part of your crypto journey. Yes. Tim Shea, Coochie Boy, you should have got more than $25. That was expensive, $6,800 XRP. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine it was. Mary J, I came back in at 35 cents and really started accumulating them. All right. CryptoSmith, my avatar is super handsome. Yes, it is. It really is. I mean, you know, no homo. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I should troll Straight Talk tomorrow. I'll come in with a custom avatar, different username or something like that. And I'll come in as and be like, hi, CryptoSmith. I heard this is Straight Talk. I'm going to give you a different perspective, silly. $9.99 crypto. Want to visit Gate Eno pre-sale. Anyway, sorry. That's bad. Anyway, that's horrible. All right. Cody Core says, ish. I didn't mean to do that. Yes. Haha. Oh my God, Max. Yes, I'm straight, but that's not what I'm talking about. Okay. Oh, this is horrible. Wow, streaming is still going. I took my son to his hockey game and came back. CTN After Dark is in progress. All right. I'm just going to read the last comments because I think we are going to wrap it up in a little bit. I actually want to do a CMC real quick. There's something I want to point out on CMC. All right. Star-Lord's in the house. See, told you, Mac. Told you. Max After Dark in Max's soft voice. Yes. Yes, my soft voice, I guess. Jeez. All right, big watch, dude. W River, did you guys win? CryptoSmith, I see XRP and XLM are your tops. Me too. I didn't even risk trading those. Dude, we totally need a CTN After Dark stream. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, well, I'm glad that some, you know, hey, I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm going to show you guys this real quick, all right? Hold on. Crypto Talk Now. All right, let's show you guys this real quick. You know, I hate this picture of me. I hate it. I look like freaking egg from what do you call it? That place. You know, I think I'm in trouble with Larry. We're supposed to have a meeting and I went extended. Ah, crap. All right. Sorry, Larry. Anyway, yeah, I spaced that one out, Larry. If you're still listening, sorry about that. Anyway, here it is, and I hate this picture because I literally look like a younger version of Egg from, Little Big Trouble in Little China. Yeah, I hate that picture. I just do. Anyway, yeah, it says Crypto Talk Now, crypto news and entertainment, right? Yes, here's the entertainment, right? That's why it says it. So somebody can't really hold it to me. All right, River stays 3-2 for them. It was a battle though. Oh, well, at least you guys did have a battle. You can learn from your experience. Kev Cleveland's in the house. He always knows when to show up. Like right when I'm in the middle of doing see Liechtenstein exchange. Mr. Kev Cleveland, you'll lose your LeBron James and your Kyrie Irving, and you will not have a dynasty. Auf Wiedersehen. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, what's up, my man? Good to see you. Justin Crypto 22. Haven't seen you before. You said Street Fire. Welcome. Oh gosh, look who came out of the woodwork. It's Mr. Z, aka Jeff Pruden, formerly or currently probably referred to as. Let me see if this is right. The Brad Pitt of crypto. Welcome back. Good to see you, old familiar face. And you brought your number one broski, who basically rugged our Discord, but it's all right. I'm over it. I'm okay. Top Chef Crypto, who is Mr. Edward Vinson with the 999.9. Yes. Thank you very much. Hey, Max, you sound like a James Bond villain. Well, thank you. Glad to be able to do it. I could do other villain voices, but if anything, my dad, he's 88 years old, and I don't know if he wants to get woken up right now. I mean, maybe I could do it, but then you hear this crazy old guy in the background yelling at me to shut the hell up. But anyway, and then I get mad at him and be like, I'm the only family you got. And he'd be like, yeah, that's right. You're the only family we got. And he'd be like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, I'm sorry too. And he'd be like, why did we do this? And I'd be like, I don't know. But he is the only family he got. So God bless him. All right. Crypto Smith, Mary J. Yes, XRP and XLM are the best. However, Quant and HBAR are worth the look. Very cool. Richard's back. Welcome back. 84 likes. Thank you very much. JG, Max, you rock, man. Well, thank you very much. You rock too. Shout out to the other JG. I don't know what happened to him, aka the jerk, but maybe you were JG and you're trolling me. That could be a factor too, but that's all right. Big Watch Dude, do you accept FTX token, Max? I mean FTT? I'll take it because if anything, it might pump randomly. It has a store of value still, kind of like the old ALBT token. Maybe I'll take the FTT token, swap it for old ALBT, and watch that pump. Oh, no, I don't know. I thought it was $9.90 for 8 hours. Yeah, I guess you're gonna hold it to me. All right. Duck butter. Jeez. I do, you know what? I do enjoy some Mandarin duck. I have to admit, it's so good. So good. All right, Crypto Smith. Wow, Mary J. You have stuff together. Good to see someone who knows what's going on. Yeah, exactly. River, I transferred some USDT today from my KuCoin account and never showed up where it was supposed to go. KuCoin says it went through. Any ideas? First time this okay, hold on a second. So this is a serious question. Where did you transfer it? Because did you transfer it to where? Because you have to keep in mind sometimes, like, if you buy it, it stores it in the main account. Okay. But if you did any type of transfer, then it goes into the holding bay, if you will, for your trading account when you log into KuCoin, either on both the app or on the particular website. So, but if you transfer somewhere else, then I don't tell you. All right, Larry can wait. CTN After Dark is in progress. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's just I kind of feel bad in a way, but it's now so late that like it doesn't even matter. All right, Big Trouble in Little China is one of my favorite movies. Yes, and again, I mean, I'll show it one more time. All right, this is her banner. I hate that picture. I do. I mean, maybe that's why I wear my hat so much nowadays, because, you know, what's part of my crypto, you know, to the moon money, my generational wealth, you know, our generational wealth in the future. All right. I don't mean no disrespect to any of the females, right? So, like I said, chicks get, like, you know, boob jobs, and if that's their thing, I can respect that. Old Maximus here is literally going to get hair implants. Yes, because I'm tired of not having my beautiful hair that I once had. All right. And looking like Egg from Big Trouble in Little China. No, thank you. All right. All right. We'll get into the last part of all this in a bit. Hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's literally what I was saying earlier. LOL or sell it. Hey, Tim, the Discord lives. Yes. Yeah. But you got to admit, I mean, you did. I mean, it's in a nice way, because I am really over it. Well, why keep mentioning it if you're over it? Well, I got to throw it out there. So you kind of rugged our Discord, kind of like Squid Game rugged everybody, to a sense. All right. River, I contacted them, but nothing yet. It was going to my Globians account. All right. I'm at the bottom, and embrace the bald and big. I already did. And that's why, if anything, I got a hat. But then I didn't like how that looked. And so now I'm growing what little I have back out, but I also need to get a haircut again. All right, Crypto Smith. Okay, Mary Jane or Mary J. Hope to see you Monday night on Crypto Talk Now at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific for Utility Talk Now. Or in this case, since you live in the Phoenix area, it's at 7 o'clock Phoenix time. All right, I love Big Trouble in Little China. I do too. I heard there's going to be a sequel. I heard legitimately there's going to be a sequel. I hope it's good, you know. But my thing is I want things to feel like the original ones, you know. Hair plugs, Max. There are so many jokes running through my head right now. Oh, geez. I already did. And I didn't like how it looked. It's ledger to ledger or cold storage. Depends on the network used. Track it by clicking on the actual transfer through the link of KuCoin. This is the second time I have. First time was a breeze. Huh. Well, you might have the same issue that Grizzly Bear Greg had with his Hedera's H-bar, where it just took a long time. Love me, bald head. I know. You got the Bam, you know, the Bam Bam Bigelow, you know, what do you call it, do-rag or beanie going on. Spandex beanie. Big wash dude. Just go bald, Max. You look. I already did it. I didn't like it. I have a little bit of hair there, just enough to kind of at least still comb it back. Here's the thing: on the live stream during like a live broadcast with all the lighting, you guys just think like, you know, it just looks like, oh, you're just super bald. But if anything, it's just thin hair. So like, I have looked in the mirror and I said, you know what? I still like that look better than just pure bald. That's just me. I'm more comfortable with the other way around. Missing US. But I do like the hat look. But I do need to clean up. I need to trim up and, you know, do the whole groom thing. I will. So by the time you guys see me on Monday, unless I have to be here on the weekend because something's going on with Larry or something with his family issues. I don't mean that in a bad way. I may very well be back. It just depends. I had to get with him about that. But if I'm not back until Monday, yes, I'll be a lot more cleaned up. All right. It works for Joe Rogan and Brian Armstrong. I know, but they're also, you know, a lot better, you know, Arnold shape. Don't worry. I'm like 3 seconds from being bald. Really? That's why the hat. Oh, interesting. At River, I sent BSV to KuCoin a couple weeks ago. It's usually super fast. This time it took 24 hours, so hopefully it shows soon for you. Very good point. All right, I'm going to highlight just a few more key things real quick. We're going to go to the likes of CMC. Since we read the likes of Tim Shea's last comment. I know you guys always say, I say the likes of this and the likes of that. So hold on a second. Let me share this one where you can see it. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Here we go. So here's what's going on with the top one. We are now at one. Hold on. You have local. Yeah, I do. All right, so we're at 1.12 trillion. So 3.36 increase over the last day. I will be updating Bull Run Thesis Part 6, if you will. And I do realize I'm still in the minority, but so far there's something to be said about that. I will provide you with actual data, not emotions. Anyway, here's what's going on. Top 100, Clayton. We did cover that quite a bit, and I was, gosh dang it. This is the second time around. I was like, I'm going to pull the trigger on Clayton. I didn't do it. And next time around, if I see bottom or close to it again, I will make a position. But anyway, that is really doing well. And if you guys remember, I think we were covering that since 13 cents, if I'm not mistaken. And when I put out that particular alert back on October 13th, I think it was. So we've seen some really nice things with Clayton. It is currently up about 22%, 7-day chart, 37%. Filecoin, of course, is doing really well, 53% for the week. There's some other things I want to point out here, okay? Obviously, Zilliqa, it's kind of back and forth with Zilliqa. But anyway, let's check out my particular watch list. I want to show you this for just a brief moment. There's a lot of garbage in here. There's some good ones, too. I know Kucha Boy wants me to do the 7-day chart, and we will. Don't worry. Here's the thing. I posted about this earlier today. There's something to be said about leash lately. So, Shiba Inu is just barely up, but leash is finally starting to do something. It's up 32%, up 37% for the week, and I'm more than cool with this. The way I look at it is leash is like the Bitcoin of the Shiba Inu ecosystem, kind of bonus the Ethereum, if you will, because of the gas. I need to take more of a deeper dive into find out what's going on with leash lately. I was hoping that maybe somebody new from the community, but I will definitely take a look into it maybe after the show. I got a couple requests to take more of a deep dive again into XDB. I forgot why I even had this on my particular watch list. Let me know. Man, XXI Gaming called it on Stratos. I mean, that has been an excellent swing trade. I was trying to wait for it to pull back to 42 cents, but man, I mean, if you get any hint of bullish market, this thing takes off. I'm telling you flat out, he had a great pick with Stratos. And again, it's part of that mix. So, shout out to Mary J. How you're into Filecoin. You may also want to take a look at Stratos as part of that file storage, that type of, data related esque of coin/tokens, right? So anyway, I want to point out those few particular ones. There was one other one. Hold on a second. Let's go see what was on sale real quick. Where was it? Oh man. Oh yeah, ALI. So ALI, we basically covered that since I think it was 0.019 or something like that in the twos in that area. That one's been also an excellent swing trade. It's been very consistent with that. Some people want to hold it for long term. I'm just being honest. If you got more than enough long term ones, you may want to take more of a look into this. And we said this literally, how many months have we been mentioning this now? A long time. Shout out to anybody who's been watching this for a while. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not just pulling this out thin air and just because it sounds cool. But honestly, if you want a decent swing trade, you got to look into ALI. I'm going to bring that up for just a brief moment. So even if you look at it over the last 3 months, right, you may think, well, why the heck would you hold on a second. Bring this up right here. Well, let me show you something. So, for instance, go back to some of the time we're covering it. I mean, I would say I could have sworn we were covering it roughly around 1 cent, maybe 1 cent, a little bit over that. But even before what you see in December, I mean, we're covering way back here. I think that dating back to last summer, and when it had significant gains, it was because it went over a penny. Now you see this huge blast off that's been happening. I mean, look at this. Remember how we were talking about what was it, Filecoin? How you had that nice, for the whole year, that nice steady increase. You are literally seeing this from, literally the beginning of this year. This thing has had a nice look at that. I mean, again, don't take rocket scientists to figure this out. And of course, back on February 6th, this one up as high as 9 cents. So I mean, there's a lot of potential on a short-term swing trade with this. So if you know how to use a bot and you're into these types of things, you just want some quick gains, whatever the case be. I mean, not financial advice, but if you're into this type of stuff, definitely take a look into this because it's actually doing pretty well. Let's see on the 1 year. I mean, look at this. April 1st, 2022 was as high as 13 cents. So, recently speaking, I mean, we didn't get to all-time highs, but look at this. That's not too bad. Let me see if I do about all-time highs. Yeah, look at that. It didn't reach all-time highs, but damn near did, close to it. So I don't know. Just think about it. I'm not trying to sell you on anything, really. Do your own research. But if you're wondering where to get this, of course, one of the standout ones is crypto.com. If you want just a quick ease of access, that's like the most popular one to get on. If you want to go more of the DeFi route, and like you have, for instance, you want to swap some stuff on Uniswap, you're more than welcome to. But there you have it. I'm going to stop the share on that. I'm going to read the last bit of comments. And then if anything, I'm going to end the show here in a bit because we are approaching the 4-hour mark. My God. Max could go with Drez. Oh, jeez. Tim, BSV is useless. Let it go. It's going to be okay. I did a video on BSV, believe it or not, Sean the Crypto Smith. I looked at some things about it. There's something to be said there. My thing is this. It has 100,000 TPS. My thing also is, will it be a perfect case of amazing utility that doesn't properly get utilized? I don't know. But I also think there's something to also be said about how it's still in the top 100. There's still a decent amount of volume. And if you look at the chart, they have 2-year cycles, not 4-year cycles. They're 2-year cycles where it really, really pops off. The last 2-year cycle was from 2021. Could this be a pressure cooker effect where it's literally about ready to pop off? Because if you look at the chart, it shows a ton of sideways consolidation. It may very well be due to pop off. And for me, I'm willing to take that chance of just throwing a little bit of money at it, get a handful of these things. And then from there, as I would say, do like a power swap for some other things. That's just me. But I definitely recognize that, like, I got to give credit where credit's due. But I just want to put all my eggs in one basket with that. I mean, I don't mean no disrespect to anybody, but River says that he's hoping that's the case. Tim Shea, you guys are the best. I love the CTM family. All great people. Yeah, you too, man. You too. Keep doing what you're doing, Sean. Obviously, we'll talk on Monday. And then have a great stream tomorrow. I might be able to catch part of that tomorrow. If anything, I'll try to come in the comments and give you some props and stuff. Major all crypto is bad anxiety. All right. What happened? Somebody has to go. Big watch dude or something. Anyway. Hold on. River says he sent to the OP network. Oh, optimism through KuCoin, and so optimistic. I will remain, I guess. Oh, wow, that's a bad pun, but I guess you can laugh it off. Tim Shea says some of these charts look like the projects took an extended vacation. Yeah. All right, Max. Food. Go get. Bed. Well, I'm not going to be going to bed anytime soon. My whole sleep schedule got messed up today big time. I had to deal with the nurses. I had to deal with this whole thing with the ultrasound of the imaging, and then I had to deal with like going across town. It's all messed up. So if anything, maybe I'll just take a power nap. But yeah, I will get some food and stuff. You're still hanging. All right, very cool. All right. Well, I want to state this. Thank you so much for being here tonight for Crypto Talk Now. I'll put out some recorded content later. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Stay safe. Be patient. Know what you have. Know what you hold. Know why you got into it and so on. If you do your proper research, you're all right. We are so close to finally getting to where we need to be. In the upcoming months, we'll have a hint of the big, juicy, amazing things that can happen. But anywhere from, I don't know, end of March, April 2023 to the end of November 2025. I think it's going to be the most interesting time in the history of crypto. Thanks again for joining us tonight, everybody. Have a blessed night. We'll see you tomorrow back here at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Thank you.